Hey, what's up, guys? We'll be starting a few minutes after 9 o'clock this morning. Morning, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. Coffee's brewing, that sounds good to me. Denwo in the house. And we're live. Good morning, everybody. 6:05 a.m. West Coast, USA. Kicking it off with our pre-market analysis. Hope we're all having a good morning. How are we doing in the chat today? Check out the pre-market. Holding above 10. And it's April 1st today. We're expecting a lot of volatility, a lot of big things in the month to come ahead. For anyone who toughed it out through March, good job. Well done. You should be proud of yourself. Hanging in the volatility there for the month of March. Some chill tunes going. We're gonna rock out today. And we might have a little bit of a marathon stream here depending on the price action. Feeling good. I like the way these stocks are looking right now. And I'm also planning to make another little trade this morning. Personally, I have indeed been buying the dips on some of these Wall Street bets plays. I don't know about you guys, but I don't mind some of these prices right now. Not necessarily AMC at $10, but some of our penny stocks we've been watching are still at a decent entry price. NDKD, CTRM, SNDL, CCIV. I appreciate your support, Joseph. Hey, Becky. I know you've been following along with MVIS. I saw your discussion out on Discord about that. I plan to pull up the MVIS chart today at some point in the morning. For anyone who's following along with MVIS, there was a big pump yesterday, shot up 50%. Sure, Tressa, I'd be happy to do that. What is the ticker for Fulgent Technologies? What's the stock ticker? Since I'll be live for a while today, I'm more than happy to check out any assets that you all are interested in. FU ticker. Just let me know what that ticker is. I'll try and find that. I'll write it down. Fulgent Technologies, never heard of it, but I'll look at the chart for you later on. once we get into it. FNGU. So we'll check that out. We'll check out MVIS, CCIV, NDKD, of course AMC and GME, right? Perhaps SNDL real quick. J-Big wants to see what's going on with OGI. Alright, I got a bunch written down already. Thanks guys for those suggestions. We'll check those out. William, DKNG. Alright, one more. DKNG. Cool. Got a bunch of new charts that we'll be pulling up. Alright. Last one, G Wild, coming in with PLTR. That's been suggested a couple times last stream. That's enough for now, guys. I got like 10 tickers we're gonna pull up throughout the day, so once we give a little analysis on those, perhaps some more suggestions later on. I do like to provide as accurate analysis as possible, so we don't want to overdo it, guys, and look at too many assets all in one day. Cool. So that's AMC pre-market, just a little Robin Hood chart. You know how I feel about that, but it's a nice, easy way to see what the pre-market's doing. It's clearly dipped a little bit from the close there. Not very much. Technically, it's still up 0.5% from that close. It's holding above $10. That's what I like to see here. AMC has rarely dipped below $9 in the past month. So as long as it's holding above 10 for the pre-market, I like the look of that so far. Good morning, Singapore. What time is it out there, Prem? Yeah, that's probably true, Max. So AMC had a little spike after hours, I guess, to like 10:55 or so. That's what this dip is here. It's not actually a dip, it's just from the last spike.
Relax. Maybe you should relapse. Just kidding.
I don't know if the music's too loud at any point. I've also been accumulating CTRM as well, Joseph. Oh cool, I didn't know you were from Norway, Becky. Forgot. Shout out to Ireland. We have a large global audience. I'm super proud about that. It's awesome to see all our global chat going on. Happy April 1st, Joey. Thanks for tuning in this morning. New York got it. Costa Rica. Cool, great stuff. Love to see that. Different countries, but we'll all meet on the moon. Says true, Vanette. Sweden. Love Sweden. Couple of Floridians in the chat as well. Seoul, South Korea. Cool. That was great stuff, guys. Thanks for shouting out your origins. Oh yeah. And also a bunch of Americans. We like our American audience as well. Denwo's in the West Coast USA here. Why Robinhood? This is just because it's so simple. I don't want to clutter up my real charts for AMC. I don't show the extended hours on my charts, my real charts here. It's just added confusion. It's unnecessary. All I want to know is the general direction for pre-market here. I'll be closing this chart real soon. So let's get into it, guys. Gamestop's up 1.5%, it's holding out okay. However, it's still under $200. Remember, 200's the psychological resistance on GME right now. It's a very strong resistance. Morning, MDH. So, a lot of sideways on GME. I had a small pump the other day, earlier in the week. That hasn't changed anything on the bigger picture, however. So let's talk about that. I'll jump into the GameStop chart, pre-market analysis here. Okay, so I'm gonna pull up the simplest long-term chart I kind of have at this point. All my charts are getting a little clustered with GameStop because of all the chop, but this is a nice chart that we've been watching here that shows some of the intraday resistances and the bigger picture. I'm on a 4-hour at the moment because I really like the 4-hour time frame for swing trading, especially on assets such as this one. It's too hard. There's too many false signals going on the shorter time frames to really make a swing trade on the 15-minute chart. So the 4 hours, a nice in-between time frame compared to the daily and the shorter time frames. Yes, this is TradingView Mo. We like TradingView because we can get a lot of different indicators. Some of the indicators we've been watching on AMC are the MACD and the RSI down here. I can tell already we got a little bullish momentum coming through over the last day in GME here. That's part of the upside that we saw. I'm not convinced just yet that this is going to continue. We're really going to have to see what goes down today. The GameStop's going to be an interesting day for GameStop because at the moment, it had a slight breakout from this resistance, this bottom long-term resistance, the way I had it drawn before, right about here. If you raise it and make it conservative, like so, from this wick and this other wick right here, and that's right in the middle of this third wick. So that's a pretty reasonable spot to be putting this resistance actually. When you draw it there, it still is below it. So depending on where you put that, it's not necessarily a breakout. It could be a rejection when you draw it that way. So yes, it broke out from this one resistance, this gold orange trend line here. It's on top of that one, it's underneath the other one, the next one. It's also well within and underneath our bigger magic triangle on the outside here. So for a swing trade here, it's still very risky at this point. And personally, with my style of trading, I would not be entering until it retests this upper wedge area. It could be soon. If GameStop's gonna continue throughout next week and today, it could push up higher today, and we might start to see a move towards here. That's well within the cards here for GameStop. And I'm waiting to see once it tests this upper resistance. Perhaps it's up here. Could be a nice green long scalp opportunity at play here. 30+% long in the making. That could play out still. It may get rejected up here. That's pretty likely because it's a really strong resistance coming from way back. It's the ultimate resistance on this chart. Besides that, there aren't really any resistances until higher prices up here. So this line is everything on the GameStop swing trade setup right now. And it's not going to be a confirmed breakout until it gets beyond this resistance line here. It hasn't tested it in quite some time. So that's the real test. That's what I'm waiting for. Some kind of confirmation of support being found here outside of this wedge pattern before I'm gonna consider it a breakout confirmation. At this point, it's too risky, it's too early to tell. It's still underneath a lot of resistances and it is trending down currently. Yeah, it had a bounce, but on the bigger picture, it's still putting in a lot of red, getting pushed down over and over again. I'm definitely curious what's gonna happen today. Also Monday, so I'll be live again Monday morning. Keeping up with this chart. It's gonna take, I do believe it could take a few days here for a real bigger move on GameStop. But part of the reason why people want to trade this and they're entering is because it can pump 50% overnight, after hours, or the next day, Monday morning. You never know. It's moving very fast, so sometimes we do see very large moves very quickly on GameStop. And we got 8 minutes to go, so yeah, we'll check out AMC now. Moving my Wall Street Bet logo a little bit so you can see the ticker in the corner. This is AMC. This is how you know which chart I'm on up here, top left. It's not this right here. It's top left. Thanks for tuning in this morning, everybody. This is our first Thursday live stream. It's kind of mostly because the market's closed tomorrow. I'm expecting some sort of action today on the short-term prices. AMC is looking bullish. It's been holding up nicely. It's been recovering quite nicely so far. So I'm bullishly biased this morning. But we'll see what happens because it has opened red the past couple of openings. Just ever so slightly. It's really testing people's emotions right now. It continues to break trend lines. This yellow trend line, it broke down, so it sold off a little bit. This other trend line, it broke down, so it sold off a little bit, not very much, so maybe it will drop slightly lower, but we'll have to see, okay? If it opens green, it's looking pretty nice, and I'm gonna leave this purple resistance trend line here for now because I'd like to see if we can push above here early in the morning. That's what I'm looking for on a bullish continuation later into the day. It could take a little bit. With all the consolidation, it hasn't been moving very fast. It's taking some time here, but there has been quite a bit of accumulation in this box. And we've been watching this box, so it makes sense. This isn't unexpected here. It simply returned to the previous range. So remember, on a swing trade, you would wait until a confirmation breakout either above or below this box. And it did that here, but it wicked right back up. And that's why I've been recommending to be very careful with stop losses. A lot of the people panic sold and got stopped out right here at underneath $10. The bulls have been waiting for dips like this to re-enter. So a lot of people re-entered right there on that dip. The price recovered almost instantly. They got stop hunted. Now they're out of their position. They don't know what to do. So be very careful with stop losses right now. They seem like a safe way to trade. Your initial thought might be, well, obviously I want a stop loss because that protects my capital. But with this volatility, we're seeing stop hunts every week. Right here, that was a huge one. A lot of bearish sentiment coming through during this dip. Beginners looked at it like a crash. Experienced traders saw it as a dip. We're bullish on the long term here, so there's a lot of support underneath. It hit some of these fib support levels and bounced, as we expected. So we're going to continue to stay one step ahead of the markets here, which open in 3 minutes. So what we're looking at right now, AMC market opening for day traders. Let's analyze it a little further. Hopefully we see a nice bullish opening coming through early in the morning. It might not open green, but it may push up there. And if not, if it does start dropping below this line, day traders, we're looking at the bottom of this box to hold as support once more. Maybe a slight scalp. It's probably not even worth most people's time to try and trade something like that, but if it was a bearish opening, perhaps 1.5% to the downside before finding support at the $10 psychological support level. But the way it's looking, I'm assuming the pre-market's still up. I actually am going to be potentially making a quick trade here this morning on a personal position. It's nothing big, but I have been accumulating some of these dips, so I'll be doing that as we are watching the price opening. What's up, Christian? We're in the Pacific Northwest here, USA. Come at you live, 6:29 a.m. Market opens in 1 minute. Gonna leave this arrow here for now, anticipating some kind of buying pressure coming through the opening. And there it is. It is up so far, 1024 on the pre-market pump. Thanks for that, Adam. Cool. So, and there's a retest of the moving average. That's fine, guys, unless it continues down. Then, like I was saying, support's at $10 here, but we're seeing buying still. A little wick right there. So there's a 15-minute, I'll jump over to the 5-minute. If it breaks down here, probably down to the $10 level. That support's at $10.14 right now. Short-term day traders, good luck. It's moving. It's a lot of chop right now. So even if it does move down here, it could be very fast move. We'll see where this 5-minute candle closes. And I'm gonna check if I can make my little trade here as well. Good luck to anyone entering positions today. I'll tell you what I'm trading once I actually do it. Oof. Prices are skyrocketing already. I'm going to be paying a bit of a premium here. Just 1 minute here. Oh, we're seeing the test, guys. That's the short scalp I was just talking about. Support's at 10. Alright, surprise. I'm accumulating CCIV. Denwo's been accumulating CCIV during this whole area. So I'm pulling that chart up real quick. We're seeing a little dip. Like I said, there's high premiums right now. This might dip a little bit and I can enter at a lower price, but not a big deal. I'm still happy to enter at $24, even if I were to buy it right here. But likely it's gonna come down a little lower, $23.50, and then I'll make my trade. So I'm gonna leave that up for just a minute here. At least keep on it. I'll switch back and forth. AMC's dipping, guys. It is interesting. So we're not seeing the bullish continuation yet. Wow, okay, it just closed above. It actually closed in the buy box. This looks bullish, guys. Don't be fooled here. Don't be fooled. This may be a stop hunt once again. Just like here. It's in the box still. And we're going up. It's exactly what I've been talking about with the stop losses. Be careful here. It's still closing above support, above $10. Okay, CCIV is dipping. I don't know if it's gonna dip very much. It's pretty bullish. Fuck it. I'm just gonna enter my call so I can chart for you guys. I don't really care about this small move. It's a long-term position. I don't want to be fumbling around with my phone too much this morning. I'll probably put a low. I'm gonna throw in a low bid here and see if it hits. Yeah, it's already, it might bounce from here. I'm not convinced this is gonna drop. It could be a legit breakout started here on CCIV. Damn, my order did not fill. The low bid's probably not gonna happen on CCIV right now. Looks like I'm gonna have to put in a higher bid. Wow, okay, higher bid is not filling either. Apparently there's a lot of buyers on the CCIV contracts this morning. And we're going up even higher on the bid here, putting in a very high bid now. And it filled, I think. Alright, we're in CCIV long today. Denwo's personal position. Like I said, I've been accumulating CCIV. Anything below $23 is a great entry. 24's great too. I'm fine with that. I've just been scooping up throughout this whole period more and more for a swing trade long. It may take some time, but these price levels are attractive on CCIV within this whole buy box area, especially under $27, but anything under 30 for long term is a good entry for CCIV. Remember, the targets are much higher. I'm talking $40 range short to mid term and $60 targets for mid to long term, potentially higher later on, but we'll see when we get there. So I'll jump back to AMC and GME now that I've entered my position. Let me just double check that went through okay. Yeah, we're good. I do have I have a tiny bit of cash left over just for fun. I almost scooped up another short-term call, but forget it. It's not even worth it. Okay, guys, AMC's dipping. Alright, this is interesting. We're gonna keep up with this now. See what's going on here. So that last candle did close under. That's what happened. The first one closed within the support, second one closed underneath it, saw a dip followed thereafter. It's a short-term indecision candle. Now this appears to be a pretty big dip on the chart. However, there's some bullish things still. We're gonna see here where this candle closes in 3 minutes, because there is support down around this last wick, about $9.70. It is dip. Okay, and there it goes. If it closes down here, it might be rough, guys, straight up. But long term, I'm okay with this. I hope that there's not too much panic going on. How are y'all feeling in the chat about this dip? It's a bigger dip right now than the last one. At the moment, it's looking like some continuation's gonna come through here, guys. Honestly, the support's down at $9. Yeah, sorry to hear about that, Teach. Both thinks it's falling based on the 500 million share dilution. That's very possible. You can't buy CCIV in Germany, darn. Microvision's dropping. Alright, I'm not surprised about that. It may be bouncing here, guys. Microvision. It's looking semi-bullish. It is underneath the resistance as well. About 17.25. If it breaks up here, it looks pretty good. People trying to trade Microvision today. If it breaks below here, that would be bad. That's at $16. Microvision's moving crazy fast. This is the dip. I showed this chart on Discord. We were expecting a dip here. We just saw that. It very well could be bouncing from here, guys. I'm not convinced it's gonna dip all the way back down. It could do either one from here. You need to watch it closely. These two levels if you're trying to trade this. $16 and $17.50. Between this range, it's too choppy, but a break on either direction could be continuation. That's Microvision. Okay, so AMC is having a little bounce here. Yeah, it's a big dip, but for swing traders, these are the kind of things that we're not concerned about. People trying to learn that style. The whole beauty of swing trading is you're not trying to hit every single up and down along the way. My entry at $5, just above $5, is still up. Massive profits right now. Here's the old buy box way down here. So on that long, it's still up 87%, even on this huge dip today. No worries there. So depending on personal entries and risk tolerance, this means different things to different people. For people who entered at high prices, this could be really devastating. That's a pretty big drop. But from the lower prices, we're still up a ton. We have a long way to go before we're even in risk of losing those profits. That's the kind of stuff I'm doing my best to teach the new investors out there. I've got a lot of questions and discussions about intraday trades like this, and I don't recommend staring at the chart, the 5-minute chart all day every day if you're just beginning. It's going to be very difficult for beginners to make trades based on this. As you saw, we were able to call it based upon the drop up here. So we were early on that. To be able to trade this move, you would have had to put a trade in way up here before it happened. Beginners are going to be trying to place a trade down here after it happened, and that's risky. You need to stay one step ahead of the markets and plan for stuff like that. If you're trying to trade it, it's too late to trade it already down here, essentially. Just generally speaking, sure, it might keep dropping, but just after you see the move, it's probably too late already. But in this case, honestly, a break below 950 now, it could be a pretty significant dip here intraday. Let's look at the long term a little bit to feel a little more bullish, guys. I'm not bearish on AMC, so let's check out the long-term chart a little bit, which looks more bullish. I'll talk a little bit about the share dilution and whatnot in a little bit here. So I want to keep up with these quick moves as well for the day traders. Interesting chat. Thanks to everyone participating in the chat. Good stuff. A couple people are buying the dips. Couple more people are panicking. That's okay. It's a good lesson. This is a great thing to keep in mind for the future, guys. Is that any day, it's very hard to predict from one day to the next. So any day, any time you can see a big move like this on these volatile assets.
Good morning, Sunshine Heart. What time frame on the chart is ideal for a day you anticipate? Selling an asset, Ms. MVIS.
Hey, good morning, Rebecca. Thanks so much for the 7. It's Denwo's favorite number. Cheers. What time frame on the chart is ideal for a day? Well, the MVIS is pretty tricky on its own. I'll have to pull that up as I'm talking about it. So it's moving very quickly like GME. Oh, it's dipping, guys. It looks like we're probably gonna see continuation to the downside on MVIS today. So this is a 5-minute chart right now. It's moving so quickly that I'm actually able to identify some patterns here, even on the 5-minute chart. But like I was just saying, with the short term on AMC, these big moves intraday, you can't really predict. Apparently there was some news, some talks about a buyout or some kind of acquisition or whatnot with MVIS here. So it stayed sideways all day yesterday, and then the last 2 hours in the day it shot up 50%. So I do take news events into consideration, but when it's a random kind of thing like that, you don't know when that news is gonna drop. And like, it's already turning green again. This thing's just moving so fast. So unless you're really just watching this chart here on the 5-minute and watching it all day long, ready for some kind of bigger move here, then you're gonna want to trade it on a higher time frame. So let's look at it on the hourly. It's tough right now. It's barely holding this resistance slash support trend line. 1650. It's 1666. So it's tough, Rebecca, even on the hourly. So if this hourly closes up here, it could be bullish. If it closes above here or even above here, there's another support right now. The moving averages coming up. And look at that, plummeting just very quickly now. It's moving so fast here. Unless you're a very experienced day trader, I don't recommend trying to trade these ups and downs on MVIS. So perhaps the 4-hour or the daily chart are gonna be the way to go on MVIS here. So this is the 4-hour, it puts things into perspective more. I was able to call this drop today. I was able to predict that last night based upon this heavy resistance line up above at 1950. So when I saw this pump, yet the wick closed just at that resistance line that looked very bad for the day to follow. So on a higher time frame, until for a swing trade, for a bullish long swing trade, the 4-hour chart will be good at deciphering a bigger trend here. So we didn't see this bearish case play out. Just like AMC, it put in a bear trap. It turned out this was a bear trap, this indecision candle, and I was not watching this asset when this happened. So you really have to be watching the chart to be able to know what's going on with a big move like this. It easily could have done the opposite. So if you're not charting this throughout the whole day, every day, stick to the higher time frames. And based upon that dip prediction, it may correct down to these moving averages here. That's what it's looking like. That's it. Mr. Georgie boy, what's up, man? Thank you very much for your support. Glad to see you tuning in. The alert scared me a little bit. I gotta get the music pumping again. That's the thing, Memo. AMC's not really bearish, so yeah, it's dipping, but on the long term it remains bullish. Check out the 4-hour is holding above this support line right now. See this yellow line right here, guys? It's perfectly holding above that right now. So sure, it's dipping, but there are many bullish signals still on AMC. It's not over yet. Unless the 4-hour starts closing candles down here, it'll look more bearish at that point. Until I see that happen, I'm considering this another dip. We still have 3.5 hours to go on this 4-hour candle. It's gonna take some time. It is moving very quick though, so it's a risky thing to be making a significant trade based upon right now. So it really, that goes with what I was just saying about the time frames. Depending on what time frame you're looking at, and depending on where you entered, your perspective is going to be very different on a move like this. For people trying to enter AMC under $10, this is the perfect place to be entering, right? I know there are a lot of people doing that. They've told me that they're trying to buy anything under $10 on AMC. So there are a lot of bulls out there simply hoping to see dips like this so they can scoop more AMC up, load up their bags even more for higher prices later on. That's a very different perspective from somebody who views this as a crash. Look at this. Alright, here's our long-term chart. I didn't move this line. You know this line's been here, so look, it's perfectly finding support there. That's bullish, guys. So, once again, this appears to be a bear trap. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Write your comments in the chat. I'm curious what other people think about this bear trap right here. Is this a bear trap? Or is it crashing? Are we going to zero? Uh-oh. Right? Which one? I believe we have a very intelligent audience in the house, so... Is this a dip, a bear trap, or a crash? Toonbook bought the dip. PJ says it's a bear trap all day. Lee think opposite. I like that. The markets often work like that, psychologically speaking. Even life, right? Even life. A lot of times, your first thought to do something is not what you should actually be doing. I don't have an example for you there, but use your imagination. Let's say in terms of trading, your first reaction is going to be, oh no, red. I want to exit while I still can. And then when you look at the longer picture, you see that it's finding support still. So it's really kind of emotions right here. This is people's emotions trading versus intellect and strategy and planning. That's what this is on the long-term support. That's why it continues to hold as support, because smart money understands that, and smart money wants to enter for cheap. So there's a lot of buying pressure on this support line. It's gonna trick a lot of people thinking it's bearish once more. Think of all the content that was being put out right here about AMC crashing. Even those media hit pieces, right? And now we have another small one right here. It's a smaller move. Look at the volatility levels. When you compare them, this arrow is much smaller than the last one, so technically speaking, this is a lot smaller of a dip than we just saw right here, so there's no reason anyone should really be panicking right here. If they held through this, they could hold through this. It's just a matter of perspective. Elite Pilot, the long-term support comes from way back, man. It comes from the daily chart and the weekly chart. Check it out. This is where the long-term support comes from, pre-breakout, pre all this craziness with Wall Street Bets and Robinhood, Vlad the Impaler. That's where this long-term support comes from, and it's held over and over and over again. So that's exactly where the price is sitting today, guys. You can't make this stuff up. I've had that line on the chart for a very long time, and it wicked down there today right now perfectly. So some people are bearish right here. Denwo's bullish right here still. It's gonna, on AMC, for me to become bearish here, it's gonna take some 4-hour candle closes down underneath here. That's the bearish case. It's still got a long way to go before I become bearish. It would have to close candles below $9 for me to turn bearish on this. Right now, I'm very much bullish. I see this as a dip. Nothing's really changed here on the bigger picture. We still have our breakout from the giant magic triangle, guys. That's still very, very valid. Nothing has changed. The target from that is much higher than where we are right now. The target's way up here, $20. From this higher time frame pattern, Denwo's magic triangle on AMC called the buy box at $5 down here. On the higher time frame, all I see here is a big breakout from that wedge, and we're not even close to the target yet. The real target's the old all-time high, $35. So look where we are today. It's a lot of room to go to the upside still, a lot of potential here. Look where the price used to be. And we're down here right now. This is where the price is today. We're expecting it to return up here in the future. Target's currently 250% long. From our entry, that's a 550% swing trade opportunity. That's why I started the channel, was to inform people of that trade idea. I'm super happy that a lot of you early viewers were able to enter at those low prices. Now you just have to tough it out and ride out the storm. These are really choppy waters, and I don't expect any sort of straight shot up. Not at this point anyway. Perhaps in the future we'll see a big move, a big breakout. Some sort of parabolic run beginning to form in the future once we get above $20. But until that point, I do expect quite a bit of chop up and down along the way. So that's kind of the phase we're at right now. That's the cycle in the bigger picture. There's a lot of chop right here after a big breakout, after a significant retracement from another big breakout. So yeah, it's very choppy, very volatile. There's a lot of people on both sides of the trade for AMC. Same with Gamestop. It looks like GME is under 190 still today. We're seeing a wick come through still. It looks good. I'm starting to wonder if this, let's see the 4 hour. I'm starting to wonder if this 4 hour candle is gonna close above here. It very well could push back up above $10 and close bullishly. I'm really not convinced that this is a bearish candle yet. Like I called really early in the day, there was a short scalp in the making there. We saw a nice short scalp for day traders. That's all this looks like to me right now. It's pumping again. is going right back up, guys. So there was no bearish confirmation here yet. That's why I'm sticking to the higher time frames, the bigger picture, helping you stay one step ahead of the markets. This is not a good place to get stop hunted. Imagine you put your stop loss at $9.60. It drops to $9.57. You get stopped out, and then it shoots back up 7% right after. That's a big loss intraday. Be very careful. If you're bullish on AMC, stick to that. Don't change your mind from one day to the next. If you seriously feel bullish about this company and this asset and this recovery over the long term, then don't let a small dip like this change your opinion. You gotta stick to your guns. I'm gonna catch up with the chat for a minute. Yeah, GME put in a wick here, pretty big bullish wick. It's getting tough to see. All I can do is continue to clean up the charts as we go. This very complex chart right now. It's as simple as I can possibly make it. Do some stretching. Let's stretch, guys. Still morning. Great. Gotta keep the blood going. You don't want to be sitting down all day staring at the trees. Trading gal. You threw me off staring at the charts. Yeah, we got a happy little tree on our shirt today. I have no idea what brand this is. It's an old shirt. Be careful here on GME. This is a strong resistance short term. Right about there. The big support's at $170 GME. Still looks bearish on the chart. So these are very much the deceiving intraday signals that I've been talking about over and over. That's funny, unknown player. Good to see you here today. What's up, Finner? Thanks for tuning back in. Headstock. Java time indeed. I don't know. I thought 3 cups of coffee would be enough today. I might have to make a 4th later on. Nice, Grand Piano. Accumulating the AMC dip. It looks like it's almost $10 again, just like I was saying. Alright, it was a good time to explain something I've been wanting to talk about. It's difficult to put into words. I'm going to do my best. So these false signals on the shorter time frames, let's say the 15-minute, 5-minute, etc., the intraday charts. Well, look at GameStop here. Okay, it dipped on the open, it looked bearish. It hit the buy box. Well, this is not a buy box, this is an accumulation box on GameStop. It's way too high of price to call this a buy box. As a consolidation box, could go either way. It's not bullish or bearish inherently. Now, when it hit that box, it shot back up. Now it appears bullish. So 5 minutes ago, this appeared bearish. Now it appears bullish. It's way too hard to tell the greater trend on GameStop on the 15-minute chart, the 5-minute chart. Intraday, it changes constantly. We're seeing many changes here. That's why I keep pulling up this chart every day and doing my analysis on it, because you really need to keep up with the developments and the patterns here to have any idea of what's going on. And so on the shorter time frames, people are getting excited because of this little pump. Okay, well, here's the thing, it's still under this short-term resistance, and this is just on the day, on the short term. This is just a daily resistance line, so that's bearish signal. It's still under these moving averages, that's a bearish signal. It's still underneath this huge resistance, that's a bearish signal. There's a lot going against it still on the higher time frame charts. Okay, so yeah, every day, guys, we're seeing these pumps on GameStop. If you feel this is bullish, then surely this was bullish too, right? What happened here? I thought it was bullish there. Nope, it's not. It's still bearish, guys, on the higher time frame. These little pumps don't change anything on the higher time frames. On the bigger picture here, it's a downtrend. A 5% pump or whatever it is, 10%, it's probably pretty big. 5% pump on the day does not make GameStop bullish all of a sudden. It's way too early, and it's gonna be too early until it gets up here, $200. Wake me up when it's at $200. That's what we need to see here. If it pumps up there today, that's great. That's great. It might do that. It's too early right now. Hopefully we see a retest here today. I am hoping to see that while I'm live so I can inform everybody what's happening. But we have not even come close to seeing any kind of breakout confirmation for weeks on GameStop. Until that changes, this chart is bearish. So don't be fooled by these false signals here. A lot of people are being fooled by this. I'm curious what some of the other channels, if any other live streamers are talking about this right now. They're probably getting all excited, thinking it's going to go straight up to $500. It's not doing that yet. We don't know yet. GameStop doesn't know yet. That's why we can't tell. You can't predict what's going to happen right here because the market isn't sure itself. This asset needs to decide for itself where it's going to go before we're able to identify that on the charts. The only kind of solid identification of that was back here at $300. Nope. Was back here at $300. See how far I have to even zoom out to see that move anymore? We called the top at $300 on this channel a couple weeks ago. We called the bottom at $40 a month ago on this channel. This is the top, the local top currently. And since then, it's been trending down. Until that changes, guys, we're not gonna know. That's the closest thing we have to any kind of valid signal on this chart is that downtrend from $300 back here. It's not even that this is trending down. We're not sure about this whole consolidation area yet. What we are sure of is it's trending down from back here at the real exit, the real profit taking level. Ever since then, it's been in a downtrend. Until that changes, we're not gonna know. Alright, cool. I just wanted to clear that because we are seeing a lot of false signals and people are getting wrecked every day trying to trade GameStop because of these false signals. So again, this looks bullish, but it's right underneath the moving average here. What's gonna happen here? It's right underneath the resistance still. There's a lot working against GameStop right now with all these resistances above it. It needs to break out first. Cool. What's crazy about it is AMC has essentially been doing the opposite. So where GameStop continues to put bullish false signals in, AMC keeps putting in bearish false signals. It keeps appearing bearish on the short term, but we know on the long term it's very much bullish. That's the crazy part, is essentially AMC should be putting in, because of the bullish long-term picture, you would think that it would be pushing higher and higher throughout this consolidation, but on the shorter time frames it's putting in false signals in the other direction, and that's why you have to be very careful with your stop losses on AMC right now. So unlike GameStop, they're almost both faking people out in the wrong direction from where they're really trending. I hope that makes sense. So GameStop's in a downtrend and it keeps putting in bull traps. AMC's in an uptrend and it keeps putting in bear traps. Very interesting. It leads me to believe, further validating that they are false signals. That's part of why this is looking like a dip here, because we've seen this over and over again on AMC short-term charts. And every time it's found support and then continued higher, so perhaps all this chop is really just a smoothing out phase. Some sort of gigantic rounded bottom trying to form. And that's why patience is key right now on these risky assets. We have a lot of targets up above here. Note this purple moving average coming up from below, which is also providing long-term support. It's currently at $9, so if it were to just absolutely plummet, it should bounce at $9. Just to throw that out there, that's where the long-term support is currently. But look at all these nice targets up here. $12, $12.50, $13.40. I want to show you a projection chart as well. I have to find it real quick. I forget which chart it's on. Here it is. Check out where the candle is right now. It's sitting exactly within the buy box. Well, I gotta stop calling these buy boxes. AMC at $10 is not a buy box. The buy box was back here at $5. This is the only buy box on the AMC. This is consolidation box. Good question, randomized. He asks, how is AMC more bullish than GME on the long run? The reason it's more bullish okay, so after that big correction from $300, where the price is currently just under $200, okay? Even the current price, disregarding where it was at $500 for Gamestop. Here's the buy box on Gamestop. The buy box was from $3 to $15 on Gamestop. That was your entry. If you didn't enter there, it's too late, in my opinion. Alright, it's not too late, it's just not the same opportunity. So, from that point, from $3 to where it is today, it's up 6,000%, bro. So if you're willing to pay a 6,000% premium to trade GameStop, have fun with that. I'm not willing to enter an asset that's gone up 60x in a couple months. That doesn't match my trading style or my risk tolerance. That's how people lose 90% of their portfolios in a week. Remember what happened when people bought at $500 and then it dropped 93%. So sure, if you want to enter at a 6,000% premium, that's what we're talking about on this chart. That's why AMC is more bullish and it is above $10. Check it out. We called another bear trap, guys. This is a confirmed bear trap now. It doesn't even matter what happens after this point. It already just blasted a bunch of people. It already just wrecked people 5.5% on that wick bear trap right there. It doesn't even matter if we come back down. It currently stopped people out. careful with stop losses right now. You don't want to get stopped out down here. That's why I'm here live today. I hope y'all are enjoying the stream, the show today. Thanks for tuning in Thursday morning. Doing my best to keep you one step ahead here so you don't get wrecked. Morning, Mina. Thanks, Polygon. Yo, Brett. Party puppy. Sure, I'm not trying to say Gamestop's anywhere close to its absolute maximum yet. It's just much higher than where it was a couple months ago. Maybe it's not done yet, but you never know. When something's moving that quickly. Let's say it breaks clearly out of this magic triangle. Alright. I'm not completely bearish on GME. If it does, it could smash right up to $500 in a day. So, it's not over yet. I'm gonna keep you updated on this as time goes along here. It still could go either way, even though it's up 6,000%. It's just on the short term, it's still very much under these resistances. It needs to get up here. Let's see if AMC can hold $10 now. I'm curious about this. This is important. So this is the real test on the day so far for AMC's right here, right now. Around $10. I want to see if it can hold this area. Pretend that dip didn't happen yet in the moving averages. If you look at those curving down to the support area, that's kind of what we're watching, is will these moving averages bounce here? The 5-minute chop isn't gonna matter too much. It's about the general direction here. Oh, yeah. DJ Denwo is gonna keep the music going. I don't plan on entering RIDE teach. I've been charting it a little bit for the members on Discord. Morning, Christopher. Shout out to our VIPs in the chat. Thank you all for tuning in. I appreciate all the conversation going on there this weekend, throughout the week, about these assets. I want to keep you guys posted on RIDE and MVIS a little bit. I just can't chart them all day, every day. They are not assets I'm personally holding, so I'm kind of unbiased on those. Since I'm talking about it, I'll pull it up. This is a clean chart. It's interesting. I'm not sure which chart I even had this plotted on, so I'm gonna look at it from a fresh perspective here today. That's right, yeah. Guys, I was calling a bottom on this. I think this may be close to a bottom on RID. Straight up. Right about here. That's what I see here on this chart. This is very much looking like it's trying to find a bottom. So at the moment, RIDE does look bullish. It's very oversold on the RSI. Very, very oversold. It's been oversold for a couple weeks or whole month. It's been oversold, guys. If you're bullish on RIDE, this is a great entry for long term. You can't ask for a better entry than this if you're bullish on RIDE. Okay. This is what I'm looking at right now. Boom. And this looks easy to do. It's not easy to make a simplistic chart like this. It takes years of experience to be able to identify an opportunity like this. It's all about the timing as well. You're trying to catch a falling knife down here, but being patient, I'm able to identify a nice entry opportunity with a lot of upside potential. So personally, even though this looks like a decent long up play here in the forming, even though that's the case, it's not something I'm personally trading. So I have plenty of other there's always other opportunities. I have lots of other trades and assets that I'm watching, so I'm willing to pass up this opportunity. I don't personally follow the company's fundamentals or news or anything like that, so I'm just looking at the chart here, guys, and this is what I see. But again, it's not a personal entry for me just because I have other things I'm watching. But I will continue to keep updating this a little bit as we go along for Patreon members. And it is April 1st today. Thanks again everyone tuning in on this Thursday. Kind of a weird schedule, but it's the beginning of the month, so it's a great time to join our Discord community. The April cycle just started, so if anyone's been considering joining, we'd love to have you for April. I'm expecting a lot of big moves. We're just getting started on AMC, and it's looking bullish for the month to come at this point. So if you're interested in some of these Wall Street bets plays, that's a great way to keep up with my charts, is on the Discord server. And no kids allowed. It's a mature community for serious investors trying to learn how to trade better, okay? It's not for random So if you're seriously trying to learn how to chart better, then you found the right place. Welcome aboard. Yeah, no moon boys. Thanks guys. Thanks for your interest. AMC's faking people out a little bit, under 10.
Thanks, brother, you prop.
Yeah, you got it, party puppy. It's good to see you in the chat today. Hope your portfolio is looking alright with this dip. You've been watching a while though, so I'm sure you know what to do. Long-term viewers are not panicked. A lot of our members entered at $5 for AMC. So we're up quite a bit on that entry still, feeling good about all this chop and accumulation. This is bullish accumulation under $10 here. There we are. Bulls are in control. Currently. You know, things change very quick in the markets right now. So, like that MVIS chart, you never know when a random news story is gonna drop and pump the price 50% in a day. We're seeing the correction down to the $15 area, like I mentioned earlier.
I agree, Rock.
Hell yeah. Thanks, Trading Gal. We've been talking a little bit, me and Trading Gal, about some of these moves. She knows what's up. So MVIS is one of those ones, and I'm glad you agree, by the way. It's those confirmations. Hey exec, I appreciate that, man. I'm not sure what currency that is, but thank you very much for your generous donation.
Coffee fund.
Oh yeah. Denwo only buys Denwo only brews the finest imported coffee beans. We like to stay alert. No Folgers in Denwo's cup. Every dollar helps. Thanks a lot, guys. I really appreciate all the support. It helps me know I'm doing a good job. The more supportive messages that I get, the longer I'll stay on stream with y'all, so it keeps me going. Thanks again, Exact Iceland Krona. Cool. I love that. Maybe I'll have to try and find some Icelandic coffee beans, eh? Do y'all grow coffee beans out there? I know it's not the right climate for that, but that would be interesting. Hey John, anything? Welcome. You guys, we have the best audience. You guys are awesome.
Have a couple of beers on me. Cool.
Thank you very much, Party Puppy. Will do. We're saving the alcohol for higher prices. So, I made an indirect promise. Once AMC breaks $20. Alright, the day we see AMC at $20.01 and 1 penny, then I was gonna break out the bottle of rum on camera. we'll be putting some alcohol in our cups that day.
You keep us going, bro.
Oh, hell yeah, J-Bic. I'm happy to hear that, man. I know, I saw that you entered a lot of our Wall Street Bets plays, so that's cool. It's good to see that you're feeling similar about those. I'm not the only one who's interested in accumulating these assets at low prices on these dips. As you can see, there's a lot of bulls still in the chat. If I didn't have any AMC, I probably would be buying some here.
Still trying to learn patience from Zen Mas Denwo, slightly smiling face.
Cool. I'm happy to hear you're working on your patience, Gary. That's probably the most important quality that you can have as a swing trader. If you're interested in learning my swing trading style and techniques, then patience is absolutely key. You're going to want to be working on that in your daily life when you're not on the computer. Perhaps there's a long line in the grocery store, right? Perhaps you're stuck in traffic. Remember, that happens in trading. AMC's stuck in traffic right now. AMC's honking its horn. It's ready to go, but we're stuck behind a couple buses. So remember that your patience every day can apply to your trading later on when you get home. You don't need to click buttons all day long to be a trader. You saw it. I entered one trade today on cam.
Thank you for the information. Definitely trying to learn as much as I can.
You're very welcome, Heather. Appreciate you tuning in, and thank you for the donation as well. Helps me know I'm doing a good job teaching. I'm not a teacher, okay? This is not educational material. We're doing this for entertainment purposes, just to clarify. But best of luck on your learning journeys, everybody. I mean that. It's great to see some new investors getting excited about trading. It's a great time to be learning. I was talking about it on the last show, and even though it doesn't feel that way, guys, we're still very early on some of these assets. So in the bigger picture here, just look how long this accumulation zone lasted on AMC. Check out that whole area. That lasted from March 2020 to almost a whole year later. This was almost a year of consolidation on AMC, guys. It could take some time here, but in general, you are still early in the bigger picture of things. Entering anywhere during this breakout, that's what this is. It's a breakout from this gigantic falling wedge. Here are the targets again. We're really just getting started here in the grand scheme of things. So don't be fooled by those bearish signals on the intraday chart when it drops below $10 and whatnot. When in doubt, zoom out. it appears to have bottomed out around $3, $2 to $3 a few months ago, and since then it's been climbing higher. The target's coming directly from this falling wedge as well, guys. It's the top of the falling wedge back here. It's not the old all-time high. I just labeled that to make it clear. It's really the target of this giant falling wedge. That's where we're going, not the old all-time high necessarily. That's the bigger pattern on the charts. NVIS is bouncing off the moving averages. The best way to enter NVIS is to be accumulating on these dips for higher prices later on. It's very choppy right now within a bigger range. On a swing trade, this is a huge range and it requires further validation, but that's kind of what we're looking at for MVIS right now. I'd like to check out some of the other assets we've been following. I know AMC is holding just under $10, so not much change there. Gamestop's under 190, CCIV 24. So no major changes yet on any of the assets really. So I wrote down a bunch of other assets people have been requesting in the chat. Let's see what we've got here. Okay. I already showed the ride chart. Yeah, NDKD, that's what I was thinking. We have a lot of viewers following along with NDKD, and it has dipped a bit again. It continues to dip. Similar to AMC, it's putting in a lot of false signals. So this appears bearish on the short term, but this really looks like a higher low coming in right now. Some sort of potential stair stepping to come ahead here. If not stair stepping, something like that, a nice curved. Anticipating some sort of breakout here, just like we saw the other week. Whoa. I think we got a member joining. Hey Logan, welcome aboard, man. It's a great time to join for April. Get some great content out there. There's members only videos on the weekend as well. I have a lot of fun making those. Exclusive charts with entries, exits, and stop losses. So NDKD took a little dip again below the accumulation box, but perhaps instead of looking at this as two separate bear traps, maybe what we have is one big bear trap range. It's very possible that anything within this range is gonna turn into a bear trap. To be clear, at this point I am expecting further push higher on NDKD. I do believe, just like some of our other assets we've been charting, such as CCIV, that this is trying to find a bottom here. If it doesn't, it could drop quite a bit, but we'll have to keep a close eye on that. This moving average is coming up real soon. It's gonna see a test down here potentially sooner or later. and that'll tell us some more signals on the chart. Or it could hit it over here and then bounce. So it's a little tough to say, but overall, long-term bullish on NAKD. That's the, alright. NAKD is going to be extremely tough to trade these moves up and down. I don't recommend trying to buy the low and sell high on NAKD. This is a long-term hold trade. So you can see it's possible that it corrects all the way back down here, guys. 50 cents. Even if it does, it's bullish long term. Like so. So it's a little early, it's a little tough to say right now. It's moving very quick from day to day, from week to week. But long term, it looks great to be entering anywhere in this lower area. Any entry below the moon up here on NAKD, I think is a nice long-term hold entry for later. So at these current prices at 71 cents is basically a steal. Checking in with the chat. What else do we got? NDKD, SNDL, somebody was asking about. It's similar, it's very similar, but the difference is this has touched its long-term support. It has definitely reached that point, whereas NAKD, it was more down here. NAKD still had some room to potentially drop, but SNDL looks great here on the long term. Getting a little hot. Probably all that coffee. Or maybe it's all the brain power we're using to stay one step ahead of the markets. I'd like to readjust this long-term support line on Sundial. Remember, the last earnings just dropped recently, right here. This was the last earnings area. I don't know how to indicate that, but you can see below here. Earnings. So that was March 17th, it looks like. March 17th, Sundial earnings, the price dropped pretty bad, just like Gamestop earnings right after that. Just like AMC earnings right after that. Are you noticing a pattern, guys? The earnings happens and then they drop. So that has happened. That was expected. Now it's back at a reasonable entry once more. These entries have proven over and over again to be nice entries. And the next earnings is coming up way over here. So the next SNDL earnings is until May 14th. That's interesting because as we saw a nice run up to the last earnings, perhaps we see a nice run up to this earnings right here. And then a sell off, so this is looking good for a swing trade long still. Yeah, Prem, it's a mid to long term hold on SNDL. I'm not sure about that, Joseph. I'd have to pull up the chart, but I have a bunch more charts to pull up at the moment, so. DFE sold AMC. I wasn't aware that DFE ever held AMC. I thought he was just long on Gamestop. I could be wrong about that. Quick bite to eat here while we're waiting for more developments. Looks like everything pretty much has had a small dip today. AMC's holding pretty nicely. I don't see anything majorly bearish going on right now. Yes, it is underneath the moving averages on the short time frame, but they might blast right through there. So again, no major developments yet. What time frame, Verb? Depends what time frame you're talking about. A head and shoulders on a 5-minute chart isn't gonna mean a whole lot. There's no head and shoulders on the higher time frames that I've noticed. One month chart, damn. That's a high time frame, bro. I rarely even pull up the 1 month chart. That's beyond Denwo's swing trading techniques. You're talking holding for years. If you're looking at the 1 month chart, you shouldn't be concerned at all what's going on today. We have so much going on intraday, you can't even decipher the price action on the monthly chart here. I'm gonna have to pull up a clean one. There's nothing wrong with looking at the monthly chart, but for swing trading, I would recommend the highest that you watch is the weekly. This will still take years to play out. The weekly chart's gonna take years here. This goes all the way back to 2016. So a monthly chart is gonna be very long term. Like 10 years long term. So it is the price action on the monthly chart going back to 2014. Yeah, Nokia is one of our watch list assets. It's another Wall Street Bets play. I chart it from time to time on the live stream, but as far as I'm aware, we don't have too many Nokia holders in the chat. It ain't over till it's over, Jim. Many people feel that way, but we're right in the middle of a bigger pattern at play here, so I would not consider this anywhere near over just yet. But you're entitled to your opinion. I respect that. I'm taking it all into consideration. I know there are many bears here. Like I showed on the last video update, analysts are calling for AMC to drop to $2. I can't even identify a head and shoulders here on the monthly chart, so yeah, that's not gonna work for our swing trades, guys. The most we're gonna analyze is the weekly chart. And currently, it looks fine. This still very much could close higher than the last candle close here. That's kind of what we're hoping for today. AMC bulls. It's going to be a daily close and a weekly close above $10.25. There's a strong chance that we do see that bullish close here today. That's why I'm here live. I'm expecting that at this point, unless something changes. Even if it closed lower, it could be okay still, depending on how everything else looks on the indicators. So here's our bullish zone. It's taking another little dip within there, and I expect to see another bounce out of there as well. We'll see if it really gives these supports a hard test today or not. It'll be interesting. But we already saw our short scalp opportunity this morning. A whole 5% to the red side, 6.5% even. And remember I was saying, usually when you see that, it's already too late. Beginners are gonna see this red and then sell right here based upon that. It already happened though. It's too late to make a move based upon that. You would have had to sell up here before it happened. It's very risky to sell down here and expect it to drop again right after. So we're gonna see what happens here. It's getting pretty tight. Consolidation on the shorter time frames. I'm glad you brought up the volume, Jim. It's actually been increasing somewhat. Look at this big spike here. That's a pretty big volume spike on this dip, which honestly is a bearish signal, but it's good to see any kind of volume coming through. Hey Eric, welcome aboard, man. You joined at the perfect time. We got a lot of great stuff going on in the Discord right now. Happy to have all you new members today. I'll be out there later on sending welcome messages, so can't wait to see y'all in the chat. We do also have a great introduction section on the Discord. Feel free to open up a little bit there and tell us about who's behind the computer. That's one of my favorite things to read on Discord, is just learning about all your trading journeys, how you guys got started. Denwo started trading well over 10 years ago, charting, investing. Oh, my apologies guys, having too much fun with my chat over here. It takes a long time to pick up stuff like this, but it's really awesome to hear about all the new people just beginning to learn. That's probably my favorite part about doing the content that I make, is just hearing about new investors who are able to make successful trades because they're staying one step ahead. They're not falling for the hype on our channel. No Moon Boys here. Hype can be very dangerous when it comes to trading. G Wild loves gambling. He means investing. Right. Investing. Oh no, Patrick Star. I've been dispelling the myth about $1,000 target for a while. That's pretty unlikely, but we'll see once it gets to 35. It might not stop there. I'm not convinced the ultimate target for AMC is 35. It could be much higher than that. So this is a great target for swing trades entering down here. It might not be the end of the bull run. It could very well go higher than that. Perhaps $50. There are ways to get an estimate of that using the Fibonacci. I may do it in a bit, but not right now. Too much intraday action. Alright, 977. Is it gonna hold here? We've had this support line drawn on the chart. I didn't put this here recently, so this is a valid support right now. We're gonna see if it holds. PJ trusts everything he reads on Reddit. AMC is holding 977 so far. That's not looking too bad, y'all. If this was very bearish, it would have broke through already. It would already be crashing before you could even think about it. It hasn't done that yet. Kitty's waking up. Maybe some bullishness, some bullish meows heading into the day ahead. It's usually a bullish signal. Kitty says good morning, everyone. We'll take an intermission coming up here in about 5-10 minutes. Just a quick intermission if anyone needs to do any, take care of anything, feed their animal friends, get a bite to eat, make some more coffee. Just a 5-minute, at most a 10-minute intermission. And then I'll be back continuing with the marathon stream here today. I'm having a good time. It's first of the month. And it is the last trading day of the week. So there's a good chance that we see some bulls stepping up later in the day here. People want to enter the asset before the long weekend. I'll tell her y'all said hello to Kitty. I'm sure she'll pop up on camera in a minute. Just stuck outside the door right now. Hey, good morning, Puzzle. Coffee-induced anxiety attack. It's alright, man. Relax. I know this is tough to handle if you're just beginning investing. This is a tough thing to stomach, but keep calm, hold strong. The greater trend is still very much up on AMC. We just saw much lower prices the other day. This dip is nothing compared to what happened back here. Okay, if you guys were able to stomach and ride out this dip, then nothing to worry about right here. It's nothing compared to what we just went through. So shout out to anyone in this channel who's been watching the stream during the downside here. Bunch of diamond hands, hell yeah. I like to see that. Not too much panic going on with these dips. Groups have been recommending that anything under $10 is a good entry for long term on AMC. GME has a much lower entry point underneath $100. It's really starting about $120. This is the current buy box on GME, just above $100. If it does drop further than that, could come all the way down to about $50 to $60, guys. That's the real buy box entry on GME for long term. AMC, anything under 10. This is your mid-term, short-term buy box on AMC. You would hope it gets here for an entry, but the way it's looking, it very well may not do that. Perhaps it retests the top of the box. We'll have to see. I will readjust this arrow to the top of the box, just in case. Just be ready for that. And move this projection a little bit over into the future. We may not see more bullish breakouts until next week, perhaps. So I'll just move this over. I still want to leave it on the chart for now. It's just cluttering up the intraday action, so that's kind of what we're looking at, the bullish case at the moment. So even if it dips, hopefully we see some sort of double bottom here right into the buy box and a continuation. It may run from here, it's not over yet. Cool, so I'll leave this chart open. We'll take our intermission. See what happens here when I get back in about 5 or 10 minutes. Do what you gotta do. Yeah, we will reconvene here in a little bit. Thanks again for tuning in. See you soon. Which way is this gonna go? Alright, I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you. almost ready, guys. Making some coffee. Looks like AMC is holding up pretty good. Good time to practice your patience. I'll be back in about 2 minutes here. Thank you for your patience, everybody. We're doing a bit of a marathon stream today, so make sure we're all coffeeed up, good to go. I'll put on a better song for you too. Alright, cool. 2 to 3 minutes song break. Thank you. Thank you very much to the 200 people who stayed tuned in for intermission. We got just over 4 hours to go on the day. AMC's holding nicely. Some great chat out there. I was reading it during the intermission. I want to address some of that. I want to talk about the AMC shareholder vote. So, basically what we're looking at for that, guys, that whole situation with the news developments. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything. The super chats on. Cool. So yeah, basically with the shareholding vote going on, guys, I do believe that's priced in already for the most part. Back on our last dip, when AMC dipped down here all the way down to $9, that's when the news dropped. So the story, they sent out emails about the vote to people up here, and there was a lot of bearish sentiment based upon that news drop. So literally the shares also dropped. Letting Kitty out to the other room, so yeah, there's bearish sentiment around that news. This is when it happened. This is when AMC sold off. I believe there's a speculation, but I believe that's priced in for the most part already right here. Boom, 35% price in. So yes, even if they dilute the shares, right, another 500 million, there's 500 million now, that would double the amount of shares. That sounds bearish. It may already be factored into the share price right here, right now. People sold on that news for the future. Stuff like that happens very quickly, so that could be the real impact from that news right here. There's a good chance that's all that happens, because that's when people first learned about it. It doesn't mean when the vote actually passes, if it were, it doesn't mean it's gonna drop there again also. People aren't gonna wait for that to actually happen. They're gonna sell it back here when they first heard about it. And also, since it is a vote and not being forced on shareholders, it's not necessarily a bad thing. So if the shareholders decide to pass that vote through, it could be good long term for AMC if that's what people want for the company's future. It might be beneficial for them financially long term to pass that vote. Obviously, that's why they formed the vote in the first place, was because they believe that could be a good direction for the company. So if people decide to pass that through, it's not a bad thing. That means people want that to happen. And now that's already dipped, I'm not really expecting a dip again based on that news in the future. If it does dip again later on, it'll be because of something else. There'll be another news story that comes out. Or perhaps the next earnings report during May will lead into another dip. What's your question, Noah? Feel free to ask. I'll do my best to answer. That brings me to my next point is the whole margin call scenario that happened with Viacom. And I don't want to talk too much about that because I believe it's an ongoing legal situation, and I'll just say allegedly something's going on with that. And from what I pieced together about that, a certain investor may have had a large margined position on Viacom, and he got liquidated, he got margin called, so they sold off the shares to cover his margin, and Viacom plummeted. Again, that's probably already factored into the prices that affected on those tickers. Stuff like that happens fast, so I'm not positive that that'll have a continued impact going forwards. The important part is that, yeah, that's the sort of thing that happens when large institutions get margin called and have to close their positions. So with the hedge funds and Gamestop and AMC, that's part of the volatility we see. Hedge funds want to tank it so that they can close their shorts down here. And I do believe they are doing that. When the price gets low on GameStop, they close some shorts there, and that helps pump the price thereafter, along with new investors entering. So stuff like that does have an effect, and I think it's gonna act in a bullish favor on Wall Street Bets assets, because it's true that eventually, if these hold sideways or keep climbing higher, that the hedges are indeed gonna have to close their short positions sooner or later. They're borrowing money to keep them open positions every day. So it's very true, the longer they're in those positions, it's gonna be tough, guys. For the hedge funds, I'm talking, it's gonna be, they're in a tough spot is what I mean. With GameStop up here, they desperately want it to crash again so that they can close more short positions. And potentially, they might even go long at some point here. They very well may turn sides and join us, join the bulls in the future. It's just going to take some time for them to close out of those short positions first. And then they might help us reach higher prices long term. Keep in mind, if the hedge funds do become bullish at some point here, you're not going to know about it. They're not going to tell people that. It's not going to be in the news. People are still going to be under the impression that the hedge funds are losing money when they might be actually benefiting from a bull run in the future. I try and think of things outside the box a little bit, so don't listen to everything the media is saying about what the hedge funds are doing. It's misleading. They're purposely telling people the opposite of what they're actually doing. So if the media is saying they're going short when the price is pumping, they may actually be long secretly. And if you realize that now, you're in good shape going forward. Hey, shout out to our newest Discord members. Welcome to the community, guys. I apologize for missing your shout out. We had a few members join at the same time here, so welcome aboard, Eric. And Brian, my friend, new high roller in the house, hell yeah. You must be crushing it. Glad to have you as a high roller. Feel free to send me a message anytime. I like to maintain open communication with all my high rollers. You can also request other assets for me to chart. So welcome aboard, everybody. Logan, Brian, and Eric, our newest members today. And our third cup of coffee is brewing right here. Good to go. This area might hold still. Very tight range. Not much movement yet. 4 hours and 15 minutes to go. Are we gonna see a pump today? I hope so. Even if we don't, it's okay. At this point, I don't expect a bearish case just yet. Hmm. 6x more naked shorts than there are real shares big. Sure, it's possible. That stuff's very hard to verify though. That data isn't very reliable. Tan and Bishoy asking about entries on Gamestop. Our buy box is very low right now still. If you want to be patient about it, it might pay off here because we may see another entry on Gamestop down in these boxes, which is a lot closer to $100 than where we are right now. It continues to get rejected off these resistances on GameStop. Here's our day trading chart. So we're not seeing the bullish case yet whatsoever. This arrow, this breakout, not even close to that actually confirming yet. It's very far away from any confirmation on a breakout here. It could take all day, it could take next week, all month, till it gets above this resistance. It's not even close to pushing up on that yet. hopefully we see another test today. The more it does reach up here and test these higher levels, the weaker that is gonna be of a resistance. So the more it hits there, the better. But it has not even come close over the past couple days. It is still above this lower now support trend line, the orange one. It is above there right now, but that's why it's too early to say. All we know is that it's been in a big downtrend for some time. All the way up here. No, again, it's all the way up here, guys. Wow. That's where the top was. It's pretty clear now in retrospect. That looks like a pretty obvious top. It was not easy to call that at the time. That wasn't an obvious top coming through. We were only able to call it by analyzing the bigger picture here. That's how we called this top. It was the bigger picture here. And it's still bearish on that bigger picture. So we've been waiting patiently ever since this top for some lower prices, some better entries. Some of people entered here, some of our viewers. That wasn't the worst entry, it wasn't the best entry. It still made dip lower than that. That's why I wouldn't go too heavy on any one position right here. Going all in at this price is almost asking for it. That's almost begging to get wrecked. I hate to say it like that, but it's kind of true. It's, you really are not, people are not understanding the cycle or the bigger picture here if they're going all in right now. I'm trying my best to make that clear. Hey, thanks a lot for your support, Francisco. Means a lot, man. Under 10 is a good entry for long-term AMC. Same with under 100 for Gamestop. All these moving averages are curving down as well. It's hard to see through the candles, but the red one is underneath the blue one. It's really hard to see. Again, this is not an easy thing to be charting. This is probably one of the hardest assets to chart in the market today. But our bigger picture has been extremely accurate on our predictions. We called the top, we called the bottom. Now it's right in the middle, so that's where we're at in the bigger picture. New investors don't understand that. Not everyone's gonna get that. How risky it is to enter here still. It's under a lot of resistances still. Now AMC has put in similar bearish signals, right? It's down on the day, it keeps opening red, AMC. But the difference is AMC has a lot of long-term support underneath it, like so. Gamestop doesn't have that. Remember, it is an accumulation box, it's not a buy box. It could break down from there just as easily as up. So, so even though they're similar and they move in similar patterns,
Will not buy GME until buy box.
that sounds like a good plan, Rebecca. I know you've been watching a while, so you're patient enough to handle that. I'm confident that you'll make a nice trade. Good luck. Being patient and waiting for that buy box is the best way to trade GME for a swing trader right now. You might be able to pull off some kind of long scalp here. Okay, here's the bullish case on GameStop right now. There's a potential long scalp in the making here still. From this area, it could bounce 30+% to the green side right from here. Even if it were to do that, there's a good chance it gets rejected off here, just like we saw in the past here. Right? So even if we see some nice green come through, it's still too early for a long confirmation on a swing trade. So the best entry for a swing trade is gonna be if it comes down to lower prices. The only other way to play this is waiting for a breakout confirmation. That would be a breakout entry trade. It changes things. You need a tight stop loss to do something like that. And you need to be patient and see what happens at this resistance. So, in terms of swing trading, this is no man's land. It's way too risky within here to do anything. Sometimes the best trade to make is not making a trade at all. It's really true. Like AMC, how it continues lower. A lot of people are gonna be selling out here. They really are. It could be a mistake to exit AMC in a small downtrend or a small dip when there's so much potential still long term. That's a short-sighted way to analyze this chart. So even if AMC keeps dipping, I'll continue to be bullish on it long term. Even if AMC returns to the $5 buy box, I'm gonna double down and I'll still be bullish on it long term. Even if AMC got completely demolished and retested a huge drop all the way down to $2, I'll still be bullish and double down once more. So that's the bigger picture, guys. Here's the moon. So I like to buy stuff on the ground, not at the moon. And the closer this were to get to the ground, the more I will load up on this for higher prices in the future. And that's the beauty of swing trading. I can afford to take a dip like that. Even if it were to dip 50%, I'm totally fine with that. I know what I'm gonna do if that does occur. I have a plan for that. Not everyone does. It's a good idea to start thinking about it now Just in case, right? I know, Patrick, it's ridiculous to even kind of talk about $2 prices. I agree. I don't think that's very realistic. And it is a bit like catching a falling knife right now. This is a high risk, high reward play, unlike CCIV, which is low risk, high reward. So even entering AMC all in at this area is probably not the wisest thing to do. This long-term support still holding for sure. The intraday price action has not changed anything here still. Keep that in mind. It's just a small dip. It's hardly even gone down since the other day. It's only down 2% from there. Negative, I'm in the Pacific Northwest. I'm looking at the other prices, Sundial, CCIV, they seem to be behaving similarly today. So they appear to be having slight dips on the day as well. Here's Sundial, our chart from earlier, the long-term support. Still holding. There's no change here either. No, I've never been there. I have traveled quite a bit though. I spent a lot of time in New Zealand. Any New Zealand audience members, you have a beautiful country. Yeah, I'm not trying to hide anything, but I'm also not trying to dox myself for 5,000 people. CCIV is holding support on the moving averages. This is the dip I was talking about earlier today. So it opened pretty high with a nice gap here. Dipped down, found some support on the moving averages now. It looks great. Nothing wrong with that at all. Yeah, you're good, man. I'm having some fun. You can ask whatever you want, I just might not answer it. If you kidnapped me, you'd be sorely disappointed. I don't have much to offer. Denwo's a fighter. gotten in a few tussles before, not gonna lie. Even as a grown adult, you gotta defend yourself, guys. It's a dangerous world out there. City's a dangerous place to be residing right now. If any of y'all are living in the city, I feel you. I know what that's like. Yeah, thanks for posting that video, J-Bake, in the Discord. I did see that. That video looked awesome. Very bullish video for CCIV. So, I don't have a link for you guys, but if you're interested in the CCIV trade, following along with that company, they have a great YouTube channel actually. It's the Lucid Motors YouTube. It's not called CCIV channel. This is what the channel is. It's Lucid Motors on YouTube if you search that, and they have some pretty nice videos right now. They put out one just the other day, and it's about their factory production. It looks very high quality production line. They have some really smart people working for their company as well. And they're well on their way to ramping up here going into the year ahead. You can just tell they're not messing around. Their company means business. They're going for that luxury electric vehicle sector. There aren't many players in that field. Tesla has been the luxury vehicle monopoly. However, they've been leaning towards more affordable production. So some of their newer models actually aren't that impressive in my personal opinion. They're starting to look a little dated and a little on the cheaper end. Thanks for linking that, Powderhound. Our moderator, Powderhound, just linked the CCIV Lucid Motors YouTube channel in the chat. But don't leave yet. Go and watch that after my stream. No, I'm just kidding. I'll be here pretty much all day, so tune in, tune out. It's all good. I do recommend though checking out that new video about their production factory line if you're interested. It's pretty bullish looking. So they continue to put out, it's not even news, right? It's just what they're doing. They're just actually creating good products, and people are starting to realize that. So at these prices, if you're bullish on CCIV, there's no better time to enter than right here. This is your long-term entry. And personally, I have indeed been accumulating the dips on CCIV. Both of these dips, I entered more positions. I also did, my first entry was back here, guys, before the YouTube channel existed. I sold it for a profit up here somewhere, but it was a small position. I wasn't as bullish on CCIV until they announced the merger. It was only speculation back then. Now it's official. So here's where people bought up the merger rumor, the news. It pumped pretty nicely, corrected substantially. Now that's retraced back to a more attractive price. I absolutely loaded a couple bags here for higher prices going forwards. I don't expect this to go much lower than where it just was. It's very unlikely that it goes below this long-term moving average, the pink line here. That's right at the bottom of our accumulation box. This actually is a buy box on CCIV, guys. This is a valid buy box. Unlike on Gamestop or AMC right now, this actually is at an entry for a long swing trade. Absolutely. And it's moving pretty quick. The pump happened late February, so just about a month ago it was at $60. Imagine all the people who bought here at $60 and they're still holding it. So there's a lot of bag holders on CCIV at much higher prices than where it is currently. Entering down here is where the smart money is buying. These are the kind of entries that you'll be able to identify with experience.
Denwo lives in the hearts of all of us.
Oh yeah, I'm happy to hear that. Nick N, I remember you from last time. Thanks a lot for your support, bro. I hope that you're internalizing some of these bigger messages about patience and risk management. If you take anything out of my videos, that's what I want to teach. Now let's go back into our intraday.
Thank you for shining the light on CCIV. This one will pay off huge as the masses start learning about it.
Yeah, you're welcome, local coach. Thanks for tuning in today. I agree with you there. It's very early on CCIV. Somehow not many people have their eyes on that asset. I'm not sure why there hasn't been more hype over it lately. They're probably just still feel burned from the pump on CCIV. People who bought in the merger, they feel like it's crashing now, so they're not as excited. But once it starts going back up, so people got all excited psychologically. Now they're not as excited anymore. I think that's why there's not as much hype over CCIV right now. But once it does start pushing higher, you'll hear more and more people talking about it again. That's why you want to be early on it before the rest of the people hop in later on for higher prices. These are the types of things that new people entering the market aren't gonna realize is a good buying opportunity. They're gonna see it as a big crash and not know what to do here. So being patient and calm is key on these risky plays. I mean, I keep saying that. AMC is still holding long-term support, even though it's dipping again slightly on the shorter time frames. We've been holding that support all day. It appears somewhat bearish on the short-term candles. However, maybe people are starting to realize, you can tell it's not dropping very fast right now, so maybe people are starting to wake up a little bit to these bear traps and not be as quick to panic sell when a tiny bit of red comes through. is holding up for currently not too bad, especially on the long term. This long-term chart, the daily chart, is going to be very relevant throughout the day today. Hey Adam, thanks for the question. The share dilution, we don't know if the vote hasn't passed yet, so we don't know if it is going to be a yes or a no on that vote. And also, I have been speculating that the selling pressure right here is directly related to that news. This is when the news dropped about the voting, shareholder vote for AMC. People sold it off already based on that news. I don't think it's gonna affect us right here, right now anymore. Alright, people are talking about Palantir. Let's check it out. I'm gonna pull it up on this chart. This is going to be a fresh chart, freestyle. I made this TradingView account when I started the channel, so I only have charts on these assets that I've showed on the channel on here, so any of these other ones that I pull up are going to be a fresh, clean chart. I'm going to hit this from square one, guys. It's going to, just telling you right now, because of that specifically, this is going to be a somewhat rushed analysis. I haven't spent nearly enough time. I haven't spent literally any time charting PLTR within the last month, so don't give this one chart too much credence here, but I will go ahead and let you know what it's looking like anyway. It's gonna take more time to get any accuracy on here. As you know, we've been charting AMC and GME both for weeks every day, and that's how I'm able to be accurate on them. I can't give you any type of accuracy. I can't promise any accuracy here when I'm just gonna chart it for a quick 15 minutes or whatnot. It takes a lot longer than a couple hours to make an accurate technical analysis on a new chart. So that being said, let's get it. Immediately apparent, some sort of long-term support line right here. Boom. Saw a wick down right below. It looks like a bear trap, just like the AMC chart. Be very careful with stop losses. It's in a pretty tight range right now. This is a 4-hour chart. Ideal for swing trades, 4 hour. I will look at the daily too, Joey. People are going to start at different places on this chart. I like to start with the most obvious things that catch my eye and then go from there and readjust as I go along and put more thought into it. Another thing I'll tell you right now, a great tip. Listen up, when you first chart an asset like this, like I'm doing right here, right now, I highly recommend that after you spend a couple hours drawing your initial chart, take a break. Take a day even. Sleep it over. So take a whole night to think about the chart that you just created. And then reapproach it the next day and see if you still agree with your first thoughts. A lot of time your first reaction's gonna be wrong. So if your first reaction is this looks like it's going down, that might be wrong. That's why you don't want to rush a real chart that you're looking at entering. I'm gonna have to keep updating this as the days pass here to have any sort of accuracy. I can only show you what it appears like at the time being. So to really feel strongly about this chart, it would take me at least a day to think it over some more, not even looking at the chart, and then reapproach the chart and see if my analysis still makes sense. Okay, cool. So this is the support line to be watching right now. It's really tight range. The great part about this chart, it's pretty low risk right now, dare I say, because you can have a tight stop loss here. If you're bullish on Palantir, these prices, well, it's a good time to enter because you can have a very tight stop loss here. To be conservative, I would put it below these wicks actually. To be very conservative, I would put a stop loss down here. And that's pretty high risk. That's a whole 13 to 14% stop loss. That's partially why I'm not entering this asset. If you didn't want to be conservative and you want to play it risky, you could have it much tighter. If you don't want to risk losing that much but still want to enter, you could have a much tighter stop loss right here, which is going to be a much less risk to your capital. I would really place it below this gap, but nonetheless, just for illustration purposes, let's say your stop loss was below this moving average. That's only 2.5% risk on an entry, on a long entry, and a whole lot of room to the upside here potentially. Even on the short term, could return back to this local high. Remember, it is PLTR, guys, 20%. So it's a pretty good entry from many different perspectives. Short term, mid-term, long term. It's more about how you manage your risk here. How far are you willing to let this drop before you would cut your losses if it did keep dropping? Besides that, it looks fairly bullish on the short term. But you would have to really keep an eye on this and make sure it's continuing to play that pattern out here and doesn't just plummet. So stop losses actually do work in your favor on this entry. This is one of the first entries I've talked about long, where besides CCIV, where you might actually want a nice stop loss in here to protect yourself, just in case. I know people are bullish on this, so I'm talking about long plays here. So your really bulls are looking for this long-term support to be holding right now. If it doesn't, this blue line, just about $20, that's going to be the psychological support level. It's $20. Similar to AMC, people want to buy PLTR under $20. They may not get that chance. So you can see when it does dip down to $20, it gets bought up very quickly. So at this point, I wouldn't expect it to necessarily return down here unless some more bearish continuation comes through over the next week or so, a few days maybe. From this point, it does appear to be a pretty nice entry. So I've been drawing. I will go back to our other assets in just a minute, everybody, but quick little example here. I've been drawing some pretty unconventional trend lines. There's been discussion about that. People are confused how I'm coming up with some of these trend lines. That's understandable. They're very unconventional. It takes a lot of experience to be able to pinpoint some kind of trend line like this right here on the shorter time frames, on these bigger moves. It's easy to mess it up and put it somewhere it shouldn't be. And sometimes the way I start an approach like that, I hope this helps. This is why trading's more of an art than a science. It's hard to be exact on trend lines like this. So this appears valid with those touches. I don't like it there. I'm going to raise it higher. I don't like it here, even though it also appears valid. So you can see there's a lot of different ways you can place this trend line. I'm actually going to place it right about in the middle, guys, because I like the way this is riding on top right here. There's confluence with the other support lines that I have on this chart right here where it bottomed out. That's why I'm putting the trend line there, even though it goes right through a lot of this price action. That's unconventional. So stuff like that appears simple when I just draw it out real quick on the chart. It actually is very hard to identify stuff like that accurately. AMC is holding up just fine. I am curious, now that the shorter term moving averages are approaching our bottom support, well, it's currently, you would call this resistance, I suppose. Nonetheless, now that the moving averages are approaching here, it's going to be more important. We're getting close to our real test here of this trend line really starting to decide what it's going to do here, rather than just bouncing around. It's actually trying to close candles around this trend line now. Is it going to keep closing underneath, or will it bounce back above? going later into the day. Oh, hell yeah, Joey. Congratulations. What are you trading today? I did say I would pull up the house chart. Yeah, I'm super glad to hear that. Thanks for your support. Cool. Thank you as well, David. I'm happy that we've been very accurate on our technical analysis throughout this month. I'm planning to keep it up, guys. Not stopping here. We got a big month ahead for April. It's a great time to join the Discord before we really see some big moves. Get yourself mentally prepared for what might come over April. Nice. I'm guessing OUST went up today based on what you're saying. Yep. Cool. Yeah, we were speculating that the OUST is attempting to find some sort of floor here, some sort of bottom. So this is another brand new chart for you guys. Hope you appreciate all the analysis I'm bringing you this morning. We're bouncing around a bunch of different assets everyone's interested in. So on Discord, we've been charting this for a week or two. It appears to have found support here, down around $8.20. It sounds like Joey was able to enter down there. That's awesome. Now it's pushing back up. It looks pretty good, man. At this point, this is what I was hoping to see on a bullish play here. It was some sort of break above this resistance right here. Check that out. It looks nice from this point. So you're gonna be watching for it to get above this pink moving average. That's at just about $9 there for a continuation. As long as it's riding above here, it looks good. So good job on your entry down there. We keep checking in with our daily AMC chart and it continues to hold just fine on the long-term support. We're seeing a bit of a bounce now on the 5-minute chart. Another unconventional trend line right here. I believe you about those OUST fundamentals. It seems like a cutting edge technology. It's just a tough chart right now. It's tough. Similar to Gamestop, this is a very tough chart to even begin to attempt to make any sense of. I mean, look at this. What sense can you make here, possibly? But we've done it. We managed to make some sense out of this, and it appears bullish. That's the best I can give you. Because this asset, this chart is really strange looking. It's gonna be nearly impossible for beginners to accurately chart something like this. They're really just taking a guess at that point, but we have a pattern here. We do have a pattern. It wasn't a pattern. It wasn't actually a pattern until that price action came through. Chart's lagging a little bit, so just real quick to wrap things up with the OEST. Yeah, you're welcome. I bow to you back. Mutual respect. I wouldn't have heard about this chart if you didn't put it on my radar, Joey. That's the power of our Discord community. We're keeping each other informed of good plays. There's too much going on in the markets right now for any one person to be able to keep up with everything happening. It takes a bunch of people. So as I was saying, to wrap this up, we didn't actually even have, because right now it looks kind of obvious or clear, this yellow pattern. We couldn't even draw that pattern until this price action came in. It only would have been one test, one touch right here, so that's not any kind of a trend. Now that the price has touched there again, it's 3 touches, which makes it a trend. So before this happened, you couldn't even draw that pattern. AMC is really trying to make up his mind on this trend line right here. It's a very important level for the day. Remember, we have our long-term support coming up right underneath here. It's just not on this intraday chart. It is somewhere right below here though. I might even try and place that trend line back on our day trading chart. Okay, so the yellow support below is coming from the moving average. I'm gonna adjust that on the day trade chart. I wanna make it more accurate. Bear with me for a minute with all this messiness on the chart with the lines. Hey, happy Friday, Expand Health. Sure, yeah. We're having a bit of a marathon today, so I'm happy to look at any charts. Let me just finish up with what I'm talking about here. Okay, so I've readjusted the long-term support trend line on our day trading chart. This is the most accurate I've probably ever drawn this trend line on the AMC chart for the channel. It's touching these wicks and candle closes back pre-breakout perfectly. It's touching these other wicks perfectly from this dip here. Back on our first breakout correction. And then it's also touching again perfectly on the last correction just the other day. And again right now. It's getting very, very close here. So it hasn't necessarily touched it yet. It's very close. It is not actually wicked down there yet like it did here. But this is an important level on the long term. Bulls are hoping this holds as support and we see a nice bounce off that like we did back here. Very possible. Bears are going to be waiting for breakout below this moving average in this trend line. That would be a signal for more downwards continuation. Until we see that, I would anticipate this to hold and bounce from here. Maybe not exactly right here where we are at this minute, but in this general area.
What's the deal with AMC having a potential stock offering? Just joined for the day. What's up, Denwo?
Hey man. Welcome to the show, Max. Great question. A lot of people have been talking and wondering about that. Basically what I've been speculating, and this is an original idea, so I'll be the first to tell you that this is speculation on my part. I don't have any support evidence backing this up to validate or verify this, but I'm personally speculating that because that news about the shareholder vote happened up here in our sell box, and then we saw a massive dip thereafter, right after that news drop, like literally probably the same day it broke down here. I do believe that we are priced in with that news at this point. That was a big enough correction here, 35% to the downside, based on right after that news announcement, right after they sent out details about the vote to shareholders. The sentiment was generally bearish and it sold off dramatically in a quick period of time. I'm speculating that that news is priced in here already with this one dip, and I don't anticipate it to continue bearishly based upon that news alone. I'm speculating it's gonna take some more bearish news to drive the price down. I don't think that was enough news to really tank the price. People exited early based upon that. They're not waiting until next month to exit based on that news. And besides, if all the shareholders do vote on it, then everyone's kind of in agreement that it's the best move forward for AMC as a company, and that's okay. That can be bullish in the mid to long term. It maybe was bearish in the short term, right? But that can help later on potentially. I do believe people just were hasty to exit after hearing that news, and perhaps they're regretting it now. They might be changing their mind once again, thinking, gosh, why did I sell out so early when the price is holding $10 still? It's a pretty big dip to be entering in. This isn't the worst entry. Anything under $10 is pretty decent for long-term swing trade here. Even if it were to dip much lower, That would be an amazing entry opportunity. You just have to be patient enough to identify when that actually were to happen. But again, continue to be bullish as long as these supports are holding right now. So this bottom moving average in the long-term support trend line, we got two big bullish signals working, indications working in our favor. Cool, I'm gonna catch up with the chat for a minute. Yeah, we're basically in the middle of the squeeze next. Oh yeah, we do like NAKD, Chris. Absolutely, we've been accumulating NAKD. The lower that drops, the more I'm accumulating that as well for long term. I don't think I've pulled it up today, so I'll pull it up. Oh, that's right, yeah. This whole red box actually may turn into a bear trap. It's really hard to say. NAKD's a whole different animal on its own, guys. This is probably more volatile chart than GameStop even. It's really pretty intense. The NAKD chart, the kind of volatility here is something else. Check out this breakout, and it's not like this was even in the news being hyped up. And it's gonna be a 2000% breakout back here. And there's not even much hype about this stock. Okay, so this thing is moving insanely quick up and down. I called a dip on this from about here, something, or was it here even? I think it might have been here. I was watching for a dip, and we've actually seen that now. No, it was here, I believe. So I expected this possibility on NAKD, and we have seen it play out now. The bottom of my estimate was right in this area, guys. So it's within my personal entry level now. My buy box, I like this as a buy box. It's not gonna fit everyone's portfolio or trading style. I don't recommend entering here on NAKD if you're impatient. If you're expecting to double your money overnight on NAKD, it's going to be really tough to say when that might happen. It could take a couple months before a real breakout here. This could consolidate within this whole range for quite some time here before really breaking out. So this is a very long-term hold, and at these prices it's a pretty decent entry compared to where people were buying it just last month or 2 months ago. A lot of people bought above $2, and now it's at 70 cents. So if you're the kind of person who likes a bargain, you're gonna be buying at an 80% discount today compared to where it just was recently. It's a different way to look at it. Instead of looking at it as a big crash, you're looking at it as a big discount. How do you double your money overnight? Apparently you go long on NVIS yesterday because there was some random news article that pumped it 50% in a day. It's a really tough thing in the markets right now when influential people like Elon Musk can send out one Twitter post and pump an asset 20%. It's pretty wild. That's the kind of stuff we see right now happening. You can't predict those events. Who knows what he's gonna tweet out tomorrow? He could tweet out AMC's the best thing ever, and then we see a giant pump. So that's why I don't hold too much credence on the news drops every day. I try and keep them in mind, the greater picture, such as the shareholder vote, and being able to identify that may be priced in already. I don't know why the ETH chart just popped up. So, being able to recognize that the news could be part of this bigger dip scenario, that's important. But the random news articles that, so let's say CNN or whatever is talking about right now, probably aren't affecting us very much on the chart. So yeah, I do give them credibility, but the charts at the end of the day, the charts are in power compared to the news articles, in my opinion. Through my personal experience, I've witnessed the charts work out time and time again. I've also witnessed the news events being extremely unpredictable and causing ridiculous things to happen. So if you want to trade off news stories, I can't help you, but the charts are our friend. They help us dictate. There's some famous quotes and whatnot that go a little something like, show me the chart and I'll show you the news event on the chart or whatnot. So there are a lot of people out there, a lot of technical and analysts who believe that it's all about the chart, and something like this drop, show me the chart, here it is, here's the drop, and I'll tell you the news event, the AMC shareholder vote. It's all on the chart, guys. Those events have an effect, but the charts are always relevant, in my opinion. They help you identify good entries and exits comparatively to where the price has been. That's powerful. That's a powerful concept. It absolutely can give you an advantage over the markets. But if you're just listening to the same news stories that everyone else is listening to, what advantage do you have? Like, what are you gonna find the news out before the news station does? How are you gonna trade that? By the time you hear about it, so is everyone else. Just a different way to look at things. Trading is very much an art, not a science, so oftentimes thinking outside of the box can work in your favor. There's a very unconditional, unconventional trend line here. It's currently holding. if you're just going off the technicals, you're not gonna place a trend line here. So I'm gonna identify the area, the important area right now, short term. If any day traders or this is the area of confluence, $9.57. That's my current projection at the moment. A little bit of chop and hopefully a move higher going into the end of the day. We're getting close here, y'all. It's 2 hours to go on the end of the day. I was expecting a little bit more bullish momentum throughout the morning. We saw some nice buying pressure step in here. The long-term support's very much holding. We haven't really seen a good pump yet. It could happen in the end of the day, but we're gonna have to see. It's just that we're running low on time until the close. Perhaps some more movement after hours, but not a whole lot of changes here today. Remember, I'll be live Monday morning though. That's when we might really see it kick off. Any day now, AMC is looking to make a gigantic breakout up or down. It could come any day. It could come after hours. It's really hard to predict those big moves on the shorter time frame right now. Obviously, these moving averages are still downtrending, but it's finding a lot of support here nonetheless. And we're just looking for some kind of support, some kind of little bounce. Any bit of green would be nice going into the closure today. What we're hoping not to see is a close down right on the long-term support. It's okay if we see that because it very well Monday morning could pop from there. I just don't want to see that because things get very tricky if that happens. Because if it does close right there on the day, it's tricky because Monday morning after the long weekend, people are going to be talking about entering or exiting, so it might move very quickly, just like we saw a big dip here this morning. Monday morning, if the candle closes right on that support and then some reg comes through early in the day, it could get slammed down very quick again. That's the only reason I don't want it to close right here. It's because it's gonna catch people off guard again if that happens, but I'm telling you now. So if you're over leveraged, be very careful here. On the flip side, if it closes here right above the support on the daily candle and it opens bullishly on Monday, well, it could pop the other way and shoot right back up over $10. So the daily close is going to be interesting today. That's why we're doing a marathon today. Analyzing all the possibilities, stay one step ahead of the markets. I don't know what music this is. We have like 7 hours of a playlist on here going, so A little bit of variety. Kisaka, good idea. Dollar cost averaging is a great technique right now for entering these risky plays, like on NAKD. Dollar cost averaging this, the lower it goes, if you can keep dropping your cost basis, that's a great way to approach this trade for the future. The lower your average entries are, even on AMC, right? For people, okay. So, quite some time ago, when AMC first went to the moon at $20, now, this should help put things into perspective. Yeah, Dan, that's what we've been speculating, is that selling off over the last week is directly correlated to that news. So, anyway. The point is, a lot of people, when I started the channel, the YouTube channel, guys, I started the channel down here at the bottom of this falling wedge. I was waiting this whole time for a better entry on AMC, and I found it down at $5. And I remember vividly back then, because it's a good lesson for what's going on right now. A lot of people were telling me that they bought up at $20 on AMC. Many people entered at $20, $15. And because of them understanding the bigger picture at play here, they actually doubled down at $5. So their first entry was up here, and then they were smart and patient and actually loaded up more down at $5. So a lot of those people lowered their cost basis to just under $10 here, guys. They were able to lower their cost basis from $15 to $20 to just under $10 by buying the dip back then. Specifically, I literally had people tell me that, a lot of people. So if you're analyzing the bigger picture here, and you bought in high, it's a good idea to be averaging in more at lower prices, so that once the price does start breaking back up, you'll be in the green much sooner than having to wait until it comes all the way back up to $20. Those people are now in profits above $9. Compared to having to wait until it gets way back up here, who knows when. Right? So there's still ways you can recover your trade if it's gone wrong for you up until this point. So it's similar to what's going on right now, just on a different scale. That was a much bigger perspective. This is the shorter perspective. A lot of people bought at $14. Now it's at $9. If they lowered, if their first entry was up here and then they doubled down here, their cost basis is gonna be in the middle somewhere. Probably at these support and resistance lines, about $11 instead of way up here. So all they need now is the price to get above $11 to be in profits. They don't have to wait to $14, $15, $20. I hope that makes sense. Let me know what y'all think in the chat. I'm gonna have another quick 5-minute intermission, guys. My rear end's getting a little sore. I'll do another quick stretch. Go check on Kitty. I thank you all very much for staying tuned into the show. We're going to be going to the end of the market today, a marathon all day to help you stay informed here with all this crazy volatility in the market. So thank you all very much, and I'll see you in about 5 minutes. Oh, we've just started up 5-minute AMC. Hope you guys are enjoying the tunes. And we're back. Right on, Jacob. You know what's up. We're staying nice and calm today, guys. We're gonna stay relaxed here in this crazy times, so we can be strategic. It's not the time to be making emotional trades. Selling out of AMC right here is pretty risky. To sell right here, what you're saying is you expect it to go lower from this point. It's already down 30% from the local high. Do you really think it's gonna go 30% lower next week too, on top of that? Alright, it's more like 20% from there. You'd have to feel pretty confident about a big drop coming soon to sell out here, unless people are just getting impatient. There are many impatient sellers as well who don't want to tolerate all this up and down consolidation, accumulation. I understand that there are a lot of hot plays right now. This isn't the only good trade going on by any means. So there are people who are impatient selling out here to enter other assets as well. Just keep in mind the bigger picture. Still finding support. Long-term trend line. The real resistance is at $10 right now, psychological level. Kramer's definitely not always right. Jim Cramer has a lot of experience, and man's traded it all. He's traded every scenario that exists. But I'm sure even he would admit he's not always right. You can never be 100% right at trading. Even Warren Buffett took some huge losses this year. All we can do is hope to get some sort of strategic advantage, some sort of indication of a greater trend. That's what technical analysis does. It just gives you a slightly better than 50% odds. If you're just trading with no analysis, then it's almost like a 50-50. It is more of a gamble in that case. Using technical analysis, you can get an idea of the bigger trend at play here, and then you have a better than 50% odd. So over time, statistically, having more than half odds is gonna work in your favor over time as you play more trades in the market. It might take some time to see the effect of that on your portfolio. So if you're seeing some big losses for the first time, if you've never held through something like this before, and all of a sudden you're down 30% and don't know what to do, sometimes the best trade to make is not making a trade. I recommend sticking to your original convictions. If you entered up here feeling bullish about AMC, you should still be feeling bullish about it down here. Don't let this dip change your mind. That's the whole game. That's the whole psychology game behind trading. If you let this stuff affect your emotions and you change and become bearish because of that, that is not a strategic move. That's an emotional panic. There you go, Jacob. So he's been accumulating at all sorts of prices around here. That's totally fine, reasonable for long term. If you have a buy up here, a buy down here, buy right here, that'll average out pretty decently. So the pattern at play currently isn't even the bigger wedge. It's not even the magic triangle right now that's having the most effect. It's actually this smaller ascending wedge here. Let me try and clean that up. I don't know if I want to delete the lines on that chart though. Alright, I'm gonna use this chart. I'm just cleaning this chart up for a minute so I can put on some more clear lines. There's a pretty clear pattern I see. Copy these from the resistance, the sell-offs, put them on the supports, actually, like so. This is still within the support range. So now the real pattern here is this. It's actually this ascending wedge in pink. Breakout. That's the real pattern I'm watching on the midterm here. That would be a confirmed breakout of the bigger wedge at play currently as well. But the real breakout would be from this ascending wedge right about here. $13.25. That's right, a loss is only a loss if you exit the position. Good advice, Marvin. Elite Pilot, we're speculating that the AMC shareholder vote is priced in already on this dip. This is when the news dropped about that. People sold it based upon that already. Nice bean. That's a great way to look at this. He said he gets more excited over red than green these days. If you're entering these long positions, the dips are pretty nice right now. Pretty juicy dips, like on NDKD. This whole box is a nice area to accumulate, especially if it went lower. I would love to scoop up some NDKD at 50 cents, guys. I really would. So I don't mind if this dips down here. Honestly, even with the AMC, I've said it a few times, I don't expect the full bearish scenario to play out here. I really don't. Potentially on Gamestop, but not so much on AMC. But even if it did, sheesh. Denwo will be loading some bags at $5 once again if that were to happen. You already know. That would be an amazing buy opportunity for the year ahead. But I don't really think people are gonna get another chance to enter at that low of a price. We've seen it dip multiple times within that range and it gets bought up very quickly. So it appears that in general people are viewing the fair value for AMC share prices much higher than down here. The bulls aren't even letting the price dip down that low. As soon as it does go low, people buy it. That's one way to analyze this chart. It's still been putting in a little red on the short term, but holding this daily support. Maybe even a higher low here. It could absolutely be a false signal, bear trap, another one, just like back here. I'm not convinced this is gonna be a bigger move yet down. Okay, it's testing that support. Let's see. There you have it, guys. A little dip. I want to say one more time, be careful with stop losses. Yeah, it's dipping. It can dip a lot right here, right now, but if you're bullish, you don't want to get stopped out here for long term. So it's probably just about at the long-term support now down here. I'm gonna lower this trend line just slightly, like that. Trading's an art, not a science. We're looking for this to hold right here. About $9.50, our immediate support. We're hoping that holds. That's gonna be right about at the long-term moving average right here. So we're seeing that now. It's touched that for sure. Question is, gonna close above or below? Is the daily candle gonna close up here or down here? That'll give us some more, a better idea of what's happening here. The intraday charts are too volatile to get any confirmation off this little bit of price action. You can see it's already wicking above currently, so buyers are stepping in already. We'll see. It's only 3 minutes to go on this hourly candle right here. It's a lot of volume as well. Is the volume indicator down below? Pretty big spike on that sell-off today, this morning. That's interesting. So the volume's picking up, which isn't a bad thing. It is all red, but it's not a bad thing to be getting more volume. GME, yeah, I apologize. I have not pulled up the GME chart for a bit, so That's what's interesting is you notice, right? So GME's bullish on the short term, whereas AMC's been bearish on the short term. Alright guys, it's a bit of a breakout here. It's gonna try for higher prices, it looks like. It's a little early. We're looking for a push above 200 here. That'll be a better signal. It's still in this range right now. It's the resistance is right at under 200. It looks good at the moment, but like I said, it's a breakout trade. It's a breakout entry trade. So the breakout's up here, guys. You'd want to enter above, ideally above this local high. So talking like $205. If it hits there, that would be your trigger for an entry. It's not down here. This very well could get rejected still. See, it's having a little trouble at the $200 level already. So, as I've been trying to explain today's stream, there's a lot of false signals right now on all these assets. So Gamestop, it looks bullish on the short term. It looks like a breakout. People get excited, they buy in, just like back here, and then it rolls right over and plummets. So be very careful. This still isn't a real confirmation by any means. Look at it on the long-term chart still. It's not even close to anything happening. It's still underneath all this stuff. So it really hasn't changed just yet. I know it's exciting, but we keep seeing this over and over lately. Look, it's red. It appears bullish. It might be a false signal. GameStop keeps putting in false bullish signals over and over, yet the greater trend has been down. So it's still a bit early, guys. And on the reverse, AMC, look at this, it's bouncing already. So AMC on the flip side is very interesting, keeps putting in bearish signals on the short term, even though it's long-term bullish.
This is on behalf of it, William Swede, who is having trouble donating.
Oh,
cheers.
Shoot. Hey, thanks FW for covering William. Sorry about that, William. I don't know what's going on with that. Appreciate it if you could message me what the issue is in Discord later. But thanks a lot for trying. I appreciate your support. So check this shit out. It's really, guys, AMC's looking bullish here. It is starting to bounce, actually. Even though we just had that bearish signal come through, the break of that trend line, careful of stop losses. It's starting to go higher already. And then GameStop pumped up, but now it's dropping already. So be very careful right here, right now. If you're trying to make trades on this stuff, it's really... It may take until the daily closes today to really get an idea of what's happening. If GameStop closes above 200, that's bullish. If it closes below 195, that's bearish. A close below here is not gonna look good. It's coming back down to retest. Support's at about 188. a breakout trade entry isn't gonna be until 205. Wow, we made it through our first playlist, right on, 100 songs down. You can already tell how risky it is to enter on pumps with Gamestop. It's already been dropping quite a bit. It's not like it's just gonna shoot up 500% instantly, so it's good to be patient with GameStop. Has a lot of resistance above still. Too nervous to do anything with GME, that's understandable. If you feel that way, I recommend not doing anything. GameStop stings pretty bad when it does drop. It's very high risk. It's high reward too, but difficult to predict. Flip a coin sometimes with GameStop. The only predictions we were able to hit back here, down here, down up here, and down here because of the greater trend, the long-term chart, not because of these small pump and dumps going on. This is still very early to tell anything on the greater picture. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, Clinton. There's a lot of people covering these assets, and I'm proud that we've had some super accurate calls on this channel, so I'm just trying to help people get interested here. There's a lot of money on the line. Y'all saw me make my one trade this morning. I'm not trading this choppy intraday action right now. Just keep that in mind. You don't have to click buttons all day long to be a successful trader, okay? The beauty of swing trading is you can identify reasonable entries and exits and then walk away from the trade and go live your life while you're making money. So you don't have to be glued to the charts on the 5-minute chart. But that is where we're seeing the action today, is on the 5 minute. I'll keep checking. Alright, so there's a slight possible development here. It may be giving a real test to this long-term support line now. That's interesting. This line's not going to be super accurate. I've drawn it a few different times here, actually. This looks like our most accurate representation of that long-term trend line on the day trading chart. On these wicks back here, so I'm gonna go with this one for now. Even though it appears to possibly be dipping below on this higher chart, I did not readjust this one. I should probably do that as well, just to be consistent, and put it back here. We got a long way to go with AMC. This battle is not anywhere near over. So I'm attempting to make the support trend line more accurate. I don't think it was accurate before. So this is really closer to the support, is going to be down at about $9.20. That's more accurate. And again, it could double bottom here at just about $9 psychological level of support. That is a possibility. It would still be bullish on that case. So we want to see a daily candle close above here, above $9.20. Even if it wicked below, that would be okay, as long as the candle closes up here for the week. Yeah, I'm not convinced it's gonna go that low either, Elite Pilot. Even all of these candles put in wicks underneath them, which represents buying pressure. So the price is going lower, but people are buying it up still at all these price ranges within this box. Anything below $10 is getting bought up. So there's a lot of support below. It is not broken yet. Back to the day trading chart. Here it is more accurately. It's still above that. So that's this yellow line below. It's gonna be even lower. That's $9.20. So it's gonna be down here at this blue line, as a matter of fact. This is the long-term support area. So I anticipate that to hold today at the very least. I don't think it's going to close below there. If there was an extreme dip, it may wick down, but I'm expecting a close up here, which would appear bullish in the mid to long term still. Hopefully we see start to see some more buying come through though, some more green. Going into the extra long weekend, it's hard to predict what kind of sentiment will be out there over the weekend about AMC and GME. Most likely is people are gonna start getting more excited with the reopenings. Maybe a lot of people are even gonna go see a movie this weekend, right? So People will probably come back excited on Monday to enter AMC once more. It's been a fairly red week, and I don't expect that to last for very much longer. I'm curious what the indicators are looking like here. So of course it dipped below, the RSI dipped below the trend line, which makes sense because it opened red, but it has returned. So this trend line continues to have importance here. It's not a confirmation just because there was a bear trap. So it very well could pump from here still. This is a lot of downwards movement for the hourly chart. Usually when you see that much come through all at once, you will see a bounce. So we should see some sort of bounce soon, nonetheless, even if it were to roll over right there. And look at the 4-hour RSI. It's holding the support line on the 4-hour. This is still a valid trend, a valid area of confluence going on for the RSI on the 4-hour. That's part of the reason why I like the 4-hour chart for swing trades and why I recommend the 4-hour chart. It's a very clean pattern right here on the RSI that you're not able to even identify on other time frames, but here it is. So it's definitely important and relevant that we're within this range on the RSI. It's been acting as support as well, this whole range. So right now this is a bullish range. Unless it were to continue to roll over here, that would be the bearish signal on the RSI. But for now, it's at support. Another bullish signal, so the indicators don't look bad at all. Check out the MACD. So the only real relevant thing on the MACD I'm noticing right now is the change in color. So those bars changed from deep red to light pink, and you only really see that coming in when there's some sort of trend change potentially. So you notice that happened right here. It changed from deep red to light pink to deep red, light pink to deep red to light pink. So there's some sort of change occurring here. It appears on the MACD, and it is on the 4-hour as well. Of course, the 1-hour, a little bit of red with the opening, but potentially some bullishness coming through on the 15-minute. It's tough to say. Obviously there's a lot of chop here, so it's not very accurate. And alright, get another little test down here, guys. This is an indecision candle. We might see some dips, more dippage going on. We may be testing this long-term support. So this is what we're looking at if it does continue. Long-term support, $9.20. I hope everyone has protected their trades with proper risk management. This dip isn't affecting my portfolio in any meaningful way, so I'm chill. It's tough for people who entered higher right now. I know it's a lot of red from those higher prices, but the way it's looking, I am expecting a bounce still any point now. It might be here, it might be here, it might be here. This is the kind of stuff that really tests your emotions as a new trader. So it's good practice, good experience for anyone who's been hanging out today in the stream. You're getting a feel for what trading's really like, guys. This is how it goes most of the time. There's a lot of downside and accumulation. The breakout phases don't last as long. So most of the days it is more like this. A lot of chop, a lot of crazy intraday moves. It's not all fun and some rainbows and sunshine. If you can stick out stuff like this, if you're able to tough out these dips, then you probably do have what it takes to be successful. If you're able to conquer those emotions, you will have an advantage over other people in the markets. See how the chat's doing. Sorry to hear that, Teach. You must be talking about your emotional tolerance. Thanks for tuning in, Avdil. I know you got the diamond hands, bro. You've proven that over the past few weeks. G-Wild's happy about the dip. Cool, man. There's people on both sides of this trade for sure. The universe giving us one more chance at a discount. Yeah, perhaps so. Anything under 10, it's pretty decent for long term. Let's remember how many people got locked in at $20 and how many people got locked in at $15 and how many people got locked in again at $15, right? There's a lot of bag holding right now from higher prices. So this is much closer to the ground than up here. we like to buy on the ground. I still like this buy box. So you'll recognize that I actually have never removed this buy box down here ever. I've left it here this entire time since I first drew it out in this range. I've extended it way over. That's because I fully expected this weeks ago. If this was a long-term target, a Fibonacci target, a lot of people would have simply sold their whole position up here, expecting a correction back down into this area. That's a valid trade idea. So that's on our charts, guys. I'm leaving this buy box down here. Just keep that in mind going forward. It's not unexpected if something like that were to happen. That's a nice buy box. I'm gonna leave that there going forward just in case. That's how well prepared I am for this move. I'm planning for this entry possibly way back here over a month ago. I hope that puts things into perspective a little bit with what's going on right now, right here. It's right about in the middle of that entire process. There's a ton of confluence going on here with the moving averages. They're all getting very narrow, squished together in here. So this is a really important area right now. Again, I would not go all in too heavy on a position here, or Gamestop for that matter. But if you're bullish on these assets for mid to long term, it's a smart strategy to be accumulating and buying the dips over time when you see big corrections like that. That way you're not risking a huge chop like that all at once on your whole position. It's safer to just accumulate it over time, dollar cost averaging at the low prices when you can. That's the best way to enter a risky trade like AMC or GME right now. It was okay to go in heavy at the $5 area, but we're obviously about double from there right now. What's up here, Easy? Yeah, we're streaming on Thursday today because the market's closed tomorrow. So thanks for everyone tuning in this morning. Appreciate that. I'll be live again Monday morning, 30 minutes before the market's open. Pre-market analysis. Yeah, with all this selling pressure coming in, it's gonna be a pretty important opening on Monday morning. Be ready for that. I wouldn't wait until Monday to make any kind of move here. It might be too late by then. Still got a couple hours to go for the market, so we could still see a pretty big move here. some kind of change to the pattern that we've been looking for all week. Okay, so it's retesting this area down here. That's pretty accurate right now to what's going on. Oh, thanks a lot, Joshua. You guys' support means everything. I'm here doing it for you guys to help out the best I can. Having a marathon today. My voice is getting a little worn out, but we're gonna push it because it's a long weekend. So all the kind words keep me going. I'm not convinced about that, PJ, so no, I won't be exiting AMC here. I don't, it's a possibility always that this could break no matter what, and it goes back down here. So just in case that were to happen for whatever reason, maybe it's some unknown news story that we haven't heard yet. Maybe Elon Musk tweets out, "I hate AMC," and it just plummets, right? Stuff like that. Just in case, I would accumulate more on that kind of a dip.
Coffee fun too. 0.
That's awesome, man. Thank you, Exact. It means a lot, bro. I'm gonna be all stocked up with coffee thanks to you. Get those fine imported coffee beans flowing. Keep us nice and accurate on our analysis, guys. So, I really do appreciate all the support, everybody, today during our marathon stream. It's keeping me going here. So just on the possibility alone of that always being a possibility on any asset, I'm prepared for that already. I don't expect that to happen. AMC is very bullish long term. Fundamentally, I'm not convinced people are gonna get another chance to buy down here. We've had a lot of opportunity to do that over the past couple months. Why didn't people buy it back here, right? There's been plenty of chances to enter AMC under $10. So I'm definitely not convinced that they're gonna get a second chance to enter it at those low prices. It appears that we may be over that phase of being able to enter at low prices. In the long term, it's only been trending up. But I am prepared for that either way. And with my low cost basis around $5, that entry is still well deep in the money, so there's no worries there about either way, either direction on that either. So it really all comes down to what your strategy is. We've seen people panic and sell a few times now on these dips, and every time it's been a mistake. So I'm absolutely not selling here expecting it to drop lower. That's a beginner mistake. That's letting your emotions take control. if you're panicked about this dip, it's a stretch to expect it to keep dipping that much over the next week. It already had a dip. So no, it's risky to sell here. This is an area to be careful about stop losses. You don't want to get stopped out here right before a potential push higher next week. It's a new month now, it's April, so sometimes that changes investors' sentiment. Still not much going on with GME. It's just attempting to find any kind of support. GME is desperate to find support. Some of these short-term moving averages. I'm staying unbiased on this for you guys. No moon boys here. I'm not. This doesn't confirm any kind of bigger move yet. So we're watching for a break above $200 psychological resistance.
I am new to your channel and I love it.
Oh, cool.
Thanks, Denwo.
Right on. DJ, appreciate that, man. Welcome to the show. We take things serious here. There's a lot of money on the line with our viewers. But we also like to have some fun too. Last time we drew a kitty cat on the chart. Thanks for tuning in, Yanni. That's a very generous tip, DJ. Thanks a lot, man. We're still very much bullish on AMC, Dunskies. Long term, midterm, long term, it's holding support still. This area. As long as it closes the day above $9.20, that's what we're hoping for. Thanks everyone for the kind words. We got just under 2 hours to go in the market. Keep in mind, you never know when you might see a huge move on GME after hours. That's part of the risk here. If you're desperate to enter, I wouldn't wait too long. It's okay to have some kind of exposure to these trades. But it's very risky to go heavily into them at this point. On the bigger picture side of things, I really liked an entry on Gamestop in this buy box. I was watching it back here a few months ago. This was the real buy signal, y'all. Underneath $15. I saw a nice breakout here. It happened really fast. That's thanks to the short squeeze hype. But that's the buy box on GameStop. It's a far away from that buy box currently. It's way the fuck up here. Yikes. So so this buy box was amazing. This buy box was amazing. This next buy box potential area would be decent. It's really getting riskier and riskier to enter this the higher it goes here. So while it's sitting way up here, it's very risky still. It wasn't as risky down below here. That's the bigger picture of GameStop. And on this daily chart, it really hasn't done anything still. It has not changed any pattern. Our wedge is at play. The resistance is holding as resistance. Is getting rejected. Continues bearishly for the time being. No confirmation. Still could take till next week. $190. Looks like it's dropping a little bit. This is an uncensored stream. That's part of the fun we can have when we don't rely on advertisements, right guys? Denwo is no sellout. Live and uncensored, baby. And GameStop calls for that language every once in a while. We do keep our daily updates clean, though. Not trying to offend anybody. We just like to have some fun. It's part of being live. You never know what you're gonna expect. Kitty might jump on my head at some point. She might knock over my lights. Never know. Hell, I'm even gonna open the window today. There we are. You never know. Get some sunshine coming in. Finish the day on a positive note. Yeah, whoever asked, I did paint those. Thanks for your interest. Stay tuned for Denwo trading NFT in the future. I would love to do that. There's no way I'm selling the physical copies. Those paintings mean a lot to Denwo. Hey Britt, welcome to the show, man. Just about an hour 45 to go. Or yeah, alright, cool. We're on the West Coast here, so I have to do the math on the market hours every time. Hey Armando, I appreciate that, man. All the kind words mean a lot in the chat, guys. That's great stuff. We have the best audience. Joey, this is the way. This is indeed the way. The way was paved from $5 on AMC, wasn't it? The way has always been right in front of us this whole time. On the breakout of this gigantic falling wedge pattern, magic triangle. Not all magic triangles are created equally. They're not all gonna be a perfect symmetry, geometry like that. This giant falling wedge is still indeed one of Denwo's magic triangles. It's just shaped like this instead. Something more like that. And if you don't know, it's a textbook trading pattern. Essentially what it dictates is some chop within this pattern. And then breakout from the bottom, a retest, and then a push higher up towards the top. The target's up towards the top range of a falling wedge like that. We have an absolutely gigantic falling wedge on the weekly chart for AMC right here. These yellow lines. Compare that to the textbook pattern that I just drew down here. And you can start to understand why the target is the old all-time high. It's because that's the top of this falling wedge pattern on the weekly chart. That's the target of a breakout of this gigantic falling wedge. That was my signal for entering AMC. It's a breakout of this falling wedge, and it's already up a lot because of that breakout. I don't think it's anywhere close to done yet, guys. It could take some time. There may be a lot of chop within here. But eventually, I do anticipate to see some of these targets getting hit. It's a lockdown recovery play. The theaters are now open. People are getting vaccinated. And they want to go back to the movies. I like this stock. Do you guys like this stock in the chat? Welcome, Amanda. July. Everyone's saying July. There are a lot of cool new blockbuster movies coming out as well soon here. Should we take a look at the AMC website? I kind of want to real quick because I haven't done that for a while. Perhaps they've even updated it a little bit. They're working really hard on their online streaming services. I like to pull that up real quick, y'all, so to get some more bullish sentiment going with our viewers. It's a cool fundamental thing that this company has going for it is all the new live streaming services that they're doing. So yeah, let's take a quick look at that. That would be cool. I just don't want my charts to freeze up, so I'm gonna sacrifice one of our other charts to pull that up. We'll just take a quick peek around the website once more, because it does look very nice. Cool. So now we're at amctheaters.com. And check it out. They have like a new promotional release, whatever this movie is. Looks interesting. Some more big movies get 2 times points when you see Nobody. Action-packed thriller starring Bob Odenkirk. He's a big actor. John Wick. Team behind John Wick. Nice promotion. Earned double points. Cool. So they have a lot of nice promotions. Look at this. Godzilla, King Kong. Sweet. Maybe Denwo will even go see that one for a nice little trading break sometime. Take our mind off the charts for a little bit, so that's cool. All these new movies people are getting excited about, and as far as I know, you're going to be able to watch them right on this website. Actually, this is out right now, isn't it, guys? This Godzilla vs. Kong says right here. Well, it's in the theaters. I don't know if you can stream it yet, but... Oh, Sam, you watched it last night at home. Right on. So there you go. These movies are already here. That's pretty rad. I don't know. Okay, HBO Max. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if these specific releases are on their streaming services yet, but clearly they're promoting it for the theater itself. So here we go. On demand, new releases. I saw Wonder Woman there. Here are some ones that they are streaming, I believe. Wonder Woman, Boogie, Soul. I'm not a big movie goer per se, so I don't recognize many of these, but I'm sure some other people do. They look like big movies. Mortal Kombat. One said, cool. It looks nice though. This is an improvement over the first time I looked at the website. Just curious if there's anything else interesting here. Like the Safe and Clean reopening, but we know about that. They're staying on top of the whole restrictions. Obviously, they're doing their best to keep everything sanitary. You see all these explore their safety and health policies. Clorox, Safer Today Alliance, whatever that is, but big cleaning brand working with them. Some special offers. Looks good, guys. This is a nice website. fundamentally, it's got a lot going for it. Some more promotions, 30% off tickets, welcome back savings every day before 5. That's pretty cool. So because they're reopening, they're celebrating and giving some discounts to bring people back into the shows. That's pretty cool, guys. This is the type of stuff that a more tech-centric company would get into. It appears they're evolving beyond just the movies. They're really getting into the online space. They're adapting their business plan for the future, and it's bullish for mid to long term. Bullish fundamentals, bullish chart. A lot of support down here still. We're seeing somewhat of a bounce going into the closing today. This is going to be interesting. Perhaps some nice green bars into the end of the day here. Like our prediction here, this green breakout pattern. It's kind of looking like that at the moment. It may follow that. Like I've been saying, I really haven't been expecting any kind of bigger dip here so far. It's a lot of support right here. So hopefully we do see a little pump in the end of the day here. That would be nice. Better than the other direction, right? I'm a little curious how CCIV is doing throughout the day. It's climbing higher, guys. It didn't have a whole lot of movement today, but it is green on the day. And it's starting to make a move higher again. CCIV gapped up this morning. It opened high. Opened 5% on the day. It corrected, retested that gap, and it found support. So this is what we're looking for on a continuation for CCIV. It's looking nice so far. Right on attack. Attack cake is up 6% on CCIV today. Oh yeah. We had a lot of people get some really low entries on CCIV thanks to covering it on the live streams. So congratulations anyone who entered at a low price here. We have seen some nice upside from those lows already. It's up 12%, 13% from there. That we were talking about just the last live stream as being a potential bottom at the bottom area of this buy box. It's right at the bottom of the buy box. It's a great place to be accumulating for a long-term swing trade. That's why I did that. I definitely accumulated more CCIV in this area. Happy about that. It's looking good. It's almost the opposite of the Gamestop chart. If you flip Gamestop upside down, it looks like CCIV. I'm only partially joking about that. $30 is short-term target for CCIV. That's not even a long-term target, or a mid-term target for that matter. That's like a weekly target the way it's looking, guys, on CCIV, really for short-term day traders, it's a lot of talk about specific prices, so this looks quite strong. I'm a little surprised it even returned as low as it did down here. That's why I doubled down. After this big push, it easily could have kept going, but once it entered the buy box again, it dipped to the lower end. So the reason being is because it was just on such a massive run. There's still a lot of people selling and exiting positions right now on this at a loss. They're getting impatient, thinking it's gonna go even lower, while the smart money is actually accumulating. So the way it's been looking, I'm expecting a pretty big breakout in the near future, back up towards this top of the buy box, $27, just about. So I think if we see some more green continuation on CCIV into early next week, I'm expecting a pretty quick move up here. Perhaps a little bit of chop before returning above the buy box, and that'll be where I'm looking for continuation. So if it can hold around 27 bucks, that's looking great for CCIV going forward. I believe they're not correlating AMC and GME so much because literally the same people are trading both. There's people selling AMC right here, thinking it's gonna crash really hard, and they're entering Gamestop right here, thinking GameStop's gonna break out. That's a very risky thing to be trying to do at this point. But that's why they're not following each other, because people are actually trading them against each other, they see AMC turn green, they sell their GameStop for AMC. They see GameStop turn green, they sell their AMC for GME. So I highly recommend against trying to do that. Your best bet is going to be trading these independently, one against the dollar and the other against the dollar. You don't want to try and time these oppositely. It's really probably not going to work out in your favor if you're trying to swap them for each other, essentially. It's only robots who are able to make real good calls on stuff like that, but for a human, these are moving just too fast. By the time you sold your AMC off, by the time someone exited AMC and bought in here, it's already down, and then they go back, they sell for a loss, try and get back into AMC, and then AMC is already up again. So you can't really time that kind of stuff. just focus on one or the other is my advice. It just gets even more complex as if you're trying to time it together like that. But people are indeed doing that. Hence why they're not correlating quite as much nowadays. LOTR, Lord of the Rings. That was a pretty good movie when I was a kid. It is April Fool's Day. That's pretty wild that we would see. Alright. What are the chances that we saw this little breakout occurring on Gamestop today on April Fool's Day? Really? Like, come on. April Fool's Day, April Fool's breakout. This is way too early for confirmation. But you can't make that stuff up. It's gonna be interesting to see. I'm really waiting for this $200 test. I'm wondering if eventually GME is gonna see a push above this local high. Like so. At any point in time, it's got a long ways to go right now before anything like that, but that would be the bullish case, bullish signal on a breakout type entry play. If it can push above here, then that's the type of swing trade that you're looking at. 20 to 30% target on that. That's what the bulls are going to be hoping for to see over the next couple weeks. I can already tell people are getting excited right here. We're far from validation. It's every 5-minute green candle that's been coming through. People are getting overly excited about it. It's only been rejected over and over from this range. Over and over and over again. So I'll keep you posted. Got an hour and 20 minutes to go. I'm gonna need another restroom break in a little bit, guys. Marathon today. Thank you everybody tuning in since this morning. If anyone's been watching all day, that's really awesome. It's fun to have you guys hanging out with me. Doing this to help out the best I can. I'm locked and loaded in my trades, my positions. I'm well prepared for what's to come here either way. So if y'all got any important questions, feel free to shout them out in the chat. France is on lockdown. That's very possible. We could see some more lockdown resurgences, and that's one of those black swan events, y'all. That's something that that's one of the few things that really could push this lower here long term. Just be aware of that, so you don't want to be overly risky going all in at these types of areas. So we're seeing a lot of those big dips across the market. Those bigger assets have been selling off for a while. I may even pull up the US dollar index again before the day's through. Let's see here. I'd be happy to check that out real quick for you, Kelsey. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to give it any kind of proper analysis because there's a lot going on right now. But let me see what else we had requested here. I don't think I'm gonna be able to get around to every chart that was requested today, guys. I'll try and hit a couple more of these before the day's over if I can. But thank you for the requests. I'll continue to do that more in the future. So if I didn't get around to charting the asset you asked about today, I'll see you on Monday. You can ask me then, and I'll be glad to pull that up for you. It's just it's not even humanly possible to chart 10 charts accurately in one day. So those are things we're gonna need to add to our arsenal over time. Take things one chart at a time. 30 for AMC this year is a reasonable time frame. Unless it were to see a huge dip, correction, consolidation, right? If things were to continue the way they have been bullishly, then yeah, definitely. Okay, so it's too hard to see there. I gotta pull up the daily chart once more. Talk about some future time frames at play here. It's a good question. So the closest we can get to an accurate estimate on a time frame here. Let's start with $20. Okay. People are already asking about $30, but we did 20 before 30, so let's just stick to the $20 target at the moment and a time frame of that. If things are to continue on this trend that it has been for this extended period of time, we're looking at the $20 estimate up here. That's about the trajectory that it's been on. So if that bottom support long-term trend line holds throughout the months to come, check out the volume as well on the daily chart. It's gotten very low. It's possibly increasing a little bit, so I think a lot of people are holding AMC. They're not even trading it. They're just accumulating it and holding it, so that's kind of where the lack of volume's coming from actually. It's not a bearish sign at all. It could be the sign of a change. It could be a sign of more volume coming through soon in the near future. Anyway, so there's so much to all this stuff. I could talk about it all day long. So the time frame estimate we're looking at for this $20 target, let's forget the $35 target for now. It's too high of a target to even give a time frame on at this point. But for this one, we're talking August, guys, at the current rate. It would be around August, potentially. However, it is pretty bullish and there's a lot of hype around it, so it could very well see a quicker move, a nice pump up here a lot sooner than that, and then some more chop before a bigger breakout towards the old all-time high. So it is very much a long-term, mid-term trade here. That's how long it could take. It might not take that long to get there. I'll keep you posted as new patterns develop on the charts. So that's a time frame estimate, but we do need to ensure that things are looking okay on the shorter time frame still for that to hold valid. And they are. It looks fine, guys. It's nothing we haven't seen before. It appears, I mean, we have nearly an hour to go on the daily close. It's starting to look like we're not even gonna know by the end of the day. This could take until next week to get any kind of confirmation. This may not bounce today, right here. It may bounce Monday morning. So we're just running out of time on the day for anything significant to happen. That's all. Not a big deal, but keep up with the chat. There's a lot of discussion. Y'all are funny. Yeah, there's a lot of overhype on YouTube lately. Yeah, we're not trying to make any enemies, guys. Let's keep focused on the charts here for the end of the day, please. We're all on the same team. We all like the stock. We're trying our best to predict what might happen. The enemy is the hedge funds, not other content creators. Appreciate that, Benji. Thanks a lot, Fourth Die. There's plenty of room for different types of analysis. Everyone has a different style. Thanks for cleaning up the chat, everybody. That's nicer. Time in hands, Denwo is funny. We're hoping to see a little pump here, head stock. Thank you, Tony. So the short-term support for AMC is at $9.20. That's this area right here. This is our day trading chart, so it's not an exact trend line here, but it is down here. That's coming from this daily chart, actually. Right about here, $9.20. That's gonna be the short-term support on AMC right now. If you want to be more conservative, it's really down at $9 psychological level. So be careful about stop losses still going forwards at this point. But that is indeed where the support's coming from right here, if it were to dip down there. It's still holding right here though. We're seeing a little more buying come through in the end of the day. Cool. Right on, Tony. I'm glad I was able to answer your question for you, bro. Thanks a lot for your support. So I know I'm doing a good job, guys. I wouldn't have been live all day for this epic marathon session. This epic learning opportunity if it wasn't for all the kind words in the chat. CCIV is still holding above 23. I've only pulled it up a couple times today because it's moving a little slowly at this current level. It's probably going to take a little time here, a little consolidation for a bigger move, but it is holding very nicely above these moving averages. Even on the short term, there's a 15-minute chart. And we're seeing higher lows as well. So, CCIV is looking pretty decent on the close for the day. Now, this is interesting because the daily candle's actually red, right? But that's only because it opened the day up there. So another false signal, guys, on CCIV here on the short term. It's gonna fool some people appearing bearish and red and as if it went down today, but it actually went up today. Yeah, Big Ape is glad all the paper hands are leaving. I'm glad about that for CCIV for sure. Definitely AMC too. There are a lot of paper hands folding right now. They're throwing their cards down and walking away from the poker table. Oh, that's awesome, Sharon. We're very welcome and open to beginners as well. I do my best to simplify things as much as possible. There's just an absolute insane amount of volatility right now in these assets. a few weeks ago when I was making daily updates. It was a lot easier to keep things simple and introductory. Now we're seeing some very advanced moves happening that only the most experienced people are going to be able to keep up with. So I do understand and respect that. I hope it's not too overwhelming. I'm going to continue to fine-tune my content to be able to help beginners learn along the way and keep up with the rest of the pack. So I definitely respect that. It's really just all the extreme volatility. There's almost no way to even simplify what's going on with the day today. This is a tough thing to simplify when it's right under this resistance. It's in the accumulation box. It's on top of the long-term support, right? There's a lot going on here, even if it doesn't appear that way. So there's only so much I can simplify it without dumbing it down, and I feel that we have a really intelligent audience. I'm not trying to dumb anything down for anybody. You can make your own decisions. Let's get some tunes pumping again. You're welcome. No one wants to be paper hands. Yeah, Jacob, I'm trying to get people away from the gambling mentality. This is interesting for sure. Only an hour to go on the day. Are we gonna see another dip, or is this going to hold? This is a very short-term chart, so don't worry if you're holding. This is just for day traders really right now. Thanks for the kind words, Eric. It means a lot, man. And there goes our coffee. So we're going to take a quick intermission, another one in just a couple minutes. I want to see what happens right here though first. My major, Boney, I think you're talking about college, actually. It's funny you asked that. Gotta grab some over here. So, this is actually my degree, man, right here. I have a computer science, Bachelor of Science degree. I graduated college like 5 years ago. And I've not had a boss in about 10 years, guys, since high school. I'm doing my best to help people learn how to take control of their life. Exactly. Right on, my man. I'm planning to brew an extra cup for you, man. That's great stuff. I'm looking forward to hearing your opinions, Exec, about this market action today on Discord later. So send me a message if I forget after the stream. Thanks again for your generous support, man. I'm not sure my age is relevant here, but I'll say I'm around 30, give or take. You can speculate if you want. Hey Abdul, right on, brother. Thank you guys. Got some awesome members in the chat today. Their alerts can be a little finicky sometimes, so let me throw those out there for you. Thank you, Abdul. Thank you, Exec. 91, good guess. I don't mind telling people my age, it's just that it doesn't matter for your trading learning process. I'm here to show you the charts. It doesn't matter my background per se. I don't want you getting all wrapped up in who Denwo is. It doesn't matter. Denwo's here to help. That's all you need to know. Cool, guys. This is an interesting point. It has dipped a little bit, but it's holding this somewhat relevant trend line currently. Keep in mind, it may keep dipping. The support short term, $9.20. And I'll be right back in just a few minutes. See you soon. Hopefully that holds on the day. If you're worried about it holding, you're probably too risky. Just a quick 5-minute break, everybody. some funky tunes. Welcome back. Sometimes it's a good idea to walk away from the computer if you're freaking out. How are you guys feeling in the chat? Do you think this support's gonna hold at 920? I do. Do you? ASMR. Can you hear me drinking? Robert thinks so. Jay Waddle thinks so. The charts agree with you. Look at all this support down below right now. That would be an interesting close if it closes just underneath. Remember, it could double bottom at $9 even. Psychological. It's a tough area to make some kind of exit, some kind of short scalp here. If you're thinking about selling here, why didn't you sell up here, right? So this is pretty short term view. The only thing is we're running low on time for the day. For either direction. I'm starting to think we're not gonna know today what's really going on here. Simply closing down here doesn't mean it's gonna go lower. Like I was saying earlier, it could close the day here and then just open Monday with a bang still. So that's why we're bullish mid to long term, not worrying about these small intraday moves until there's some kind of bigger pattern at play. Otherwise it's not accurate. So it's really gonna probably take this candle close on the daily to get any sort of hint at what's happening on the bigger picture here. Same with Gamestop. Got rejected once more. Even on the 5-minute chart is dipping again. Under these moving averages on the short term. I don't think we're gonna know today, everybody. Just be aware of that. It's gonna take a little time here. Probably well into next week, especially on Gamestop. We need to see a trend change, some sort of breakout above $200 or underneath 180. It's a very big range right now. So for a swing trade, it's too early. Very risky either way. There's no way to predict what'll happen after hours, really, with even lower volume during the aftermarket. I'm doing my best to give an unbiased analysis in both directions to prepare you guys for either one. Whichever side of the trade you're on, I want you to succeed. No moon boys here. Yeah, the markets are open on Monday, as far as I know. It's just Good Friday tomorrow. That's what they call it in the US. And I'll be live Monday morning, 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern. Hope to see you there. We weren't really able to identify any bigger trend today. It's at exactly 921. That's the exact level I was calling as the support, 921. And 922, 920. It's getting interesting here at the end of the day. AMC 921. Very interesting, guys. It's holding that long-term support right here, 921. Our technical analysis was able to call the short today, this short scalp. And we were able to call this support down below. The question now is it going to hold? It's acting as support. I'm expecting the day to close above 921. It's testing that right now. You can see how you're able to get an advantage though with technical analysis. The breakout below this trend line early in the day. %8 to the red side. Yes, it's underneath it now. It's dipping. This is really the support. It's really just slightly lower than 920, but we're being conservative here, so this is really the support at about 912. It would be the bottom support, and then down here again, just around $9 is more support. So unless we were to see a daily close down here, it looks fine for now. I would consider any close above 9 in the bull's favor, honestly. We'll see. This is people getting out of their positions last minute into the weekend. They're having doubts about a lot of people probably entered pretty high up here, and now they're doubting that position. Just like here. So it's not over yet. Definitely not. This could just be another false signal, another bear trap in the making. Keep that in mind. Just like back here, that the price didn't stay down here for very long. 40 minutes to go. Already seeing a little bit of green from this support. It's at 921 again. That's a pretty important level. Yeah, this is pretty interesting price action today, Teach. I'm not complaining about it because I was able to give you guys a lot of good little life lessons about psychology and stuff during all this correction phase. So it's a good learning experience for beginners. Maybe you're learning by force if you're in the red right now. It's still a good learning lesson. Remember, if you entered really high, it's a pretty good strategy to be lowering your cost basis on the dips. Averaging down, the lower it goes. Because then eventually when it does bounce for real and has a real reversal long term, you'll be in profits way sooner. You don't have to wait for it to get back up to $20. So any cost basis below $10 for long term is a decent entry. I wouldn't enter all in right here too heavy, but it's not a bad area to be accumulating. For sure. Happy to help, Nina. A lot of people are jumping ship right now. I can't wait to see what happens on Monday. This is either going to be the start of a potential bigger downtrend, or it's going to be an epic bear trap. It might be another epic bounce coming soon here. Another big bear trap, the way it's looking and behaving as of late. We keep seeing a lot of bear traps, so it could be again right here, or down here. Be very careful with your stop losses right now. Yeah, exactly, MDH, I agree with you. The trend is up long term, so there isn't really one catalyst that would bleed the price down like that. Perhaps it would be some bearish news in the future or something, some black swan unknown thing right now that were to occur. That's always a possibility, so it's best to prepare for either way. But if things continue the way they have been, then yeah, people are simply accumulating and the price is slowly climbing higher. That's the long-term trend. So I don't really think paper hands would drop it that low. It would take something bigger than that. This trend line hasn't held. I'm just gonna lower it. I like the angle of it still. CCIV, $24. Target $27, CCIV, short term. That's a nice move. %30 from the bottom. Hey Cameron, what's up, brother? Thanks so much for your support once more. You're the man. Right on. Hope you're having a good day. Here's the buy box on CCIV. There you go. Buying the dips, being patient can really pay off on some of these risky plays. Look at that buy box, those dips. $21. It looks good right now. Daily candles putting in a nice wick underneath. It could even close green on the day. CCIV. $9.22 on AMC. Just like we called 921's the support right now. Exactly there. 921. That's our number. I want to see the day close 922. It's just hanging 921, guys. It's crazy. I didn't move this price. It's right here. Yeah. We've seen this a few times on AMC when it was hanging just under $8 and then just under $9 and $10. It likes to hug these levels. It's above it right now. I'm feeling like we're gonna close above it on the day, so that's fine. I'm satisfied with that. I like that. It's putting in a little bounce right here. It does appear to be holding, guys. The long-term support is currently holding on the AMC. We just want to see it close here, not down here. Yeah, we're seeing some stuff happen now. I agree, William. NDKD is very attractive at these prices. It's a great thing to be accumulating. This is the last test of those emotions, millennial. Everyone's thinking the same thing, right? It's good to save a little cash on the sidelines, have a little backup ready to go for stuff like this. If you're not ready, it's hard to time that stuff perfectly, so having funds available for when it does happen is a good advantage. Yeah, I'm digging this beat too. I just posted the track title in the chat. Yeah, we did take a look at PLTR, Corey. I'll put that back up for you. Just give it a quick recap. The day's wrapping up in 30 minutes, so we're gonna start wrapping things up here, summarizing all the charts we've pulled up today, if I can remember all of them. I know most of them, so I'll take a quick look at some of the charts that we've looked at throughout the day. Now I got you, Corey. I'll pull it up. I just don't remember which chart that was on. We have so many charts going on now. So we already wrapped up CCIV. You guys know I'm super bullish on that. Here's PLTR for you. It looks pretty decent at the moment for some sort of long entry potential. It could retest down here first, around 22 bucks possibly. But in the grand scheme of things with PLTR, the bottom line is it's not a bad entry here on a long. If you're managing your risk properly, this is actually a good asset to be managing a stop loss in. Potentially down in this region. I'm not gonna tell you how to manage your stop losses and risk. That everyone has to decide that for themselves, but to be conservative, potentially down below this blue trend line, expecting that if that were to break, it could see much lower prices. But with that being said, what that does allow is for a pretty safe entry in this area. It doesn't have a whole lot of downside risk right there, depending on how risky you would feel about that trade, how bullish you are, and where exactly the entry price is. Nonetheless, it's on the bigger picture compared to the last pump up to $40. Okay. From that point, it's a pretty tight stop loss risk reward area. It's not too bad from here. This little consolidation area, it's not a buy box on PLTR. It is a swing trade area of confluence, like so. So if you're playing this box, it's not the riskiest trade if you were to put a nice stop loss somewhere, depending on how comfortable you are with that position. If that's the case, it does have a lot of room to the upside. It may not shoot up that high right now. It may be a 20% pump before another turn down. It might not go straight up. So it's not my favorite trade, but I hope that helps. So that's Palantir. 25 minutes. Let's see. AMC's bouncing a little bit, still holding. I'll absolutely wrap up Gamestop towards the end too. I'm waiting to see what happens in the last few minutes with that. NDKD continues to be an accumulation, as it has been for weeks, really. I still like the breakout here of this trend line. It's still valid right now. Just because the first breakout was back here, it doesn't matter. It's still valid down here as well with this retest. This is a retest. It's a breakout retest, and hopefully continuation now on NDKD. Anything in this red box is bullish accumulation. I like these prices personally. If it does go lower, I'll continue to accumulate for long term on NDKD. It's got a huge way to run upwards to the sell box. And it's also pretty close to the floor on the long term. Same with Sundial. It just had its earnings call recently though. The earnings, just like all the other assets. CTRM, okay, I pulled that up too. Just like all these other assets, it had its earning conference right here, and that saw a big sell-off right after. We're expecting that. That's normal in these conditions right now, funny enough. So we do have the next earnings coming up, May 14th, it looks like. May 14th, that is the next earnings on Sundial. So the pattern that we've been seeing is a nice run up into the earnings right before it, a couple weeks before it, like here. And then the earnings and then a sell-off. So potentially going into this earnings for Sundial, a nice run up, breakout out of this pattern, ascending wedge pattern. That aligns. The time frame of that breakout would be perfect with the earnings coming up near after, or it could hit some of these higher targets and then sell off again. That's how we're gonna stay one step ahead of the markets. We're talking about the next earnings, not the one that just happened. Most people are way too focused about the last earnings report from a couple weeks ago. I'm more concerned about this next one. Preparing for that. So the long-term support's holding so far. It's pretty similar to AMC, right? This long-term trend line's currently holding for now. Unless we were to see some real daily candle closes under here, it looks bullish still. Cool. CTRM. I think that dipped recently because the shipping channel was closed. I did not draw this chart today, so this is our old essentially entry area. I don't like it very much as a buy box, but it is a box nonetheless. Right about here, guys. And you can see every time it's entered that box, it wicks out of it. It wicks on right back up out of there. So that's where CTRM is at right now. It barely touched that box and it wicked out already. So it's looking like a bullish close on CTRM above this accumulation zone, which could lead into a swing trade confirmation for this higher price range going forwards. I like the look at that. I want to see CTRM find support on top of this buy box, or this accumulation box, I should say. Bull box, whatever you want to call it. Alright. I'm just saying it's not the real buy box. The real buy box is going to be down here. So if it dipped that low, just like AMC, I would be loading bags at that point. But currently it's holding nicely up here at 73 cents. And CTRM. AMC is still holding its support as well. I like the look of that, guys. It didn't crash on that dip. That's what we were predicting. It makes a lot of sense that it came down there based upon the daily intraday action. We saw continued selling all day. This is the support, the real area of importance. None of this really mattered on the higher time frames. This area does matter. It's where stuff really is gonna get interesting. I'll be live Monday morning checking what's going on with this, because we're not gonna be able to tell today at this point. It's only 18 minutes till market close, so it appears no changes today. Once more, I do hope you were able to learn something though, nonetheless. It's been some great questions in the chat. I appreciate all the discussion and involvement. It's fun having everyone along for the ride. It's definitely a ride. Let's see, I think that was most, MVIS, right? Okay, all it's done is, correct. That's what we were expecting. A rejection up here. It has corrected to these moving averages. That was the target on that correction. It's done now. At this point, you can't really say if it's gonna keep going down. You would have to wait until it tests some of these moving averages to have a better idea of that. It could go either way at this point. This is a huge range on MVIS. It's very choppy within here, so it's a tricky thing to be trading, especially after that news drop the other day, which shot it up 50% out of nowhere. There is a pretty decent long-term trend line. If you are bullish on this, I'd like to show you this. I'm pretty sure you can't really start it from back here, so I'm gonna start it from over where we are currently, actually. About here, and go down like this. Another unconventional.
Thanks for streaming all day, Denwo. How's our base CCIV doing?
I appreciate that, Christopher. You're welcome, man. I hope it was helpful and that you enjoyed the show. Alright, I'll take one more look at CCIV going right into the close of the day. I'm just gonna wrap things up here with these other ones first. So that'll be our long-term trend line of support on MVIS. It's very possible it retests this from here, so that's the risk of going long right now. AMC at 920, I see that. So yeah, it's a big range here. On a swing trade, there's no real confirmation yet. It looks bullish and bearish at the same time. It's still holding just fine, everybody. Don't panic. It's okay if it closes under 921. That's just, it's not gonna be perfect. Look on the 5-minute chart, it's at 921. We're really looking for above $9 to be real. The $9 psychological support, that's where we're hoping to close above. It's okay if it closes at 918 or whatnot. Hey, welcome to the show, Aniston. Spent a lot of chop today on AMC. you missed quite a bit. We were able to predict a nice short scalp early in the day, a nice 8 to 9% short scalp there. But now we are anticipating a bounce off this long-term support for AMC. This has held time and time again. It's still holding currently. Nothing has changed on the higher time chart. Eventually, yes, the hedge funds are gonna have to cover sooner or later. They're paying fees to have their shorts open. So, bulls are winning just by holding AMC right now. The longer it holds these prices, the more comfortable people are gonna get with entering at these prices. $10 is becoming the new normal for AMC. People are okay with paying $10 per share. We've seen it in the past. Many people are buying AMC higher than $10, so $10 is beginning to look like a discount more and more as time goes on, rather than a resistance. Yeah, the markets are closed for Good Friday tomorrow, so our next show is going to be on Monday morning. Yeah, that's right, Dunskies. I do post a playlist for patrons in Discord. These are some of our old good songs today, but I have a bunch of this music out there. The market being closed is a factor here. People could be selling off even more because they're not sure what's going to happen next week. That could be a factor. And then people talking about these assets over the longer weekend could lead into some extra bullishness come next week when the markets do reopen. I'm not necessarily expecting this red to stay, to hold red for very long. We could easily see a pump on Monday, right back up out of here, just like we did right here, guys. This green candle actually closed above the red candle that came through on that dip. That can easily happen right here too. The next day that comes in. People might be feeling more bullish over the weekend and pump it right back up. That's the way it's looking right now. It's still holding nicely above here, so continues bullish on the long term still, even with all this red lately. GME not so much. Guys, it's below another resistance again. Once more, it's dropped below the resistance. It's been rejected again. This is not a breakout. It is a rejection right now. It's not a breakout. It got rejected up here. And it's under this resistance. There are definitely some paper hands getting shaken out today. This is the kind of stuff that puts beard on a trader, right? He's witnessed enough of this stuff and out pops your beard. So watch out for a lack of facial hair on some of those other channels. I'm just kidding. Just teasing. Yeah, hair on the chest. That's the most calm you've ever been during a dip. Awesome, man. That means you're learning, yeah, for sure. That's some big progress.
Gonna have to play catch up, but thanks for all the tickers in one stream. Heart, have a good
Yeah,
Friday.
for sure. Thank you, Rebecca. You too. I appreciate your support today. That means a lot. It's great seeing your name pop up in the chat. You got a lot to catch up on, but I'm trying to summarize things, the bigger picture here. Well, the market's wrapping up. So AMC is looking nice, guys. No panic here. It's above 921. So far, this is bouncing off the long-term support. It's looking like we're gonna close the day bullishly on AMC. Cool. Unless it plummets in the next 5 minutes, which I don't think it's gonna. Bulls are in control. Big Mick went to the bathroom and missed the dip. That's how fast these moves happen. Sheesh. That's great to hear, Yanni. That's what I'm here for, is to try and help balance out some of that hype and drama that you see on the media everywhere. Yeah, so critical timing here, 4 minutes to go. It did not break above that line just yet. But it is holding. We're holding this range. Let's go AMC Bulls. I want to see it close up here. That would look even better than down here. So far so good. Volume's up a lot. Yeah, it's coming through. Seeing a lot of buying pressure step in towards the last few minutes. There has been a lot of margin calls and liquidations and cards, so yeah, probably. Alright, here we go. Above the moving average. Just 2.5 minutes to go. we're looking good. AMC's sitting comfortable right now. Bulls should be feeling good about the close coming through on the day here for AMC. This is what we wanted to see. Been waiting all day for this. It's all come down to the last 3 minutes of the day, guys. 7 hours, 8 hours later, and it's all coming down to the last 2 minutes. It's a fun time to be a trader. We don't want to get excited, right? But we can have some fun too. Monday FOMO, very possible. So there's your lesson, guys. Panic selling all day. In the last 5 minutes, we're going up. This might be an epic bear trap in the forming here. You don't want these small moves to change your bullish thesis and exit your position if you're bullish long term. This would be the worst place to sell. Yeah, it's not it's not much it's not much green coming through, but it's holding the long-term support, which is the important part. Right here. AMC daily chart. It's closing in 25 seconds, guys. Looks like we have it. And then I'll wrap things up with Gamestop and CCIV after the close. Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we closed above the long-term support. Looks good, guys. That's all we were hoping for on the day. Congratulations if you didn't panic sell. Should be proud. A few people even bought the dip on this support. I don't blame you. Any entry underneath $10 is a decent entry for long-term swing trade for higher prices. And that's AMC. So nice volume coming through at the end of the day as well. Cool. Monday's gonna be interesting on that. There's a very good chance that we see a huge bounce off of this long-term support, just like we did back here. So stay tuned for that. I'll see you on Monday morning. And then CCIV and GME. So GME, it's almost a joke where this closed on the 5-minute chart here. That's pretty ridiculous. There's so many people on both sides, it couldn't make up its mind here, and it closed right in between the moving averages and the other trend line. That doesn't tell us anything, unfortunately. That's how indecisive GameStop is right now. If it was under both of these, it would be bearish. If it was above both of these, it would be bullish. It's right in the middle. It doesn't tell us anything. Very interesting. We still don't know if this was a fake out or a breakout. It's too early to tell. The bullish case would be a breakout from here. If we do see a breakout above 200, give or take, potentially a 20 to 30% long scalp in the forming. if it continues to get rejected from this gigantic magic triangle, which it has been doing and trending down, well, the support's about 170. If it breaks from below there, it could get ugly. Go all the way back down to $100. Followed thereafter, probably a bounce. There's a lot of support around 100, but the real buy box, the real juicy entry is way down here, closer to $50. Patience might pay off with the Gamestop. It's a very risky trade either way right now, up or down. Be careful. And lastly, CCIV. Right on. Good luck with your trades, everybody. I hope you're able to take something out of this day, even with all the red. So CCIV closed just fine. It's holding well above 23. The buy box is pretty tight down here and is currently holding a support above this buy box, so we'll see what happens on Monday here, but the way it's looking is indeed bullish. Great. Thanks a lot, guys. I really appreciate everyone tuning in today. I had a blast as always. I will be back Monday morning, 9 o'clock a.m. Eastern for the live stream then. I hope to see you all there. Happy trading. Have a great weekend. Thanks, guys. I'll leave the music pumping in the chat going for a few more minutes if everyone wants to hang out. Thanks again for tuning in. See you next time. Until next time, take care, guys.